Hello. Hopefully, Seribot needing to be modded is the majority of what we're having here in terms of scuff. Hi, Denko. I see you. There we go. Oh man, I feel so rusty. I haven't streamed in a while. Oh, the layout looks good. I'm glad it looks good. Right? I like the butterflies too. So if you haven't noticed, things look just a little tiny bit different. I've tweaked a couple things. Nothing too big. I just kind of swapped some things so they reflected my colors a little better. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Denko, you know you're my mod. Please let me know if there's anything wrong with the music levels or anything. Hopefully it's fine. Oh my god. I tried really hard to adjust. If the BGM is too low, let me know, let me know, let me know. Oh my gosh. It feels so weird to sort of like do housekeeping. I'm out of practice. It's been so long. Alrighty, I suppose the first thing I should do is explain why I'm not on screen. So, I've gotten a bit of a makeover done, decided to be a little more loosey-goosey concerning my appearance on the stream. It's not a permanent thing. It's not a permanent thing. This isn't a re-debut or anything like that, but I do look a little different. Let's get into it because I don't want to wait forever. I was already late to stream. I mean, I wasn't late to stream. You all were late to stream. That's what it was. I am warping my sense of reality. All right, here we go. Here we go. Your friendly neighborhood Faye, as per usual. We're gonna. Ah! Hello, guys. It is, in fact, me, Luminous Peak, your friendly neighborhood Faye. Although I guess I don't look as friendly in this form. Depends on who you ask. Oh, it looks so cute. Thank you. Thank you. I like it. It's nice to just sort of like, you know, stretch your legs. You know, peel off your human suit for a little bit. Get back to basics. I know I'm like on sabbatical from work while I'm streaming with you guys, but like, let me tell you, stuffing all of me into the human size suit, it's a little restricting, just a little bit. I think I look good. I do think I look good, but I'm just saying a little restricting. This feels better. This feels a lot better. Alrighty. Now what I want to do is show off the whole thing. Not that there's too much going on. It literally is just me stretching. So let's scale down so that I can be perceived by your eyes all at once. Let's go. Yes. So this is, in fact, just kind of me chilling between forms, being a little effervescent, being a little ghosty, being a little incorporeal. Who doesn't like taking their skin off for a bit, you know? I feel like that's what everyone wishes they could do, right? Like, it's not just me. Denko, I know you wish you could take your skin off all the time. And sometimes you do. It looks good. It's so cute. I love it. Thank you. All right. So first things first. Okay. You definitely deserve some skin off time. I've been through it, honestly, being completely honest with you. It's just been a lot happening. That's why I had to take a little break, but you know, it's fine. Okay, so first things first. What I want to do is give credits. Credits are very important. This capturing of this particular form is in fact done by a very talented, very talented artist whose name is Cat Loafy, or Cat Loaf. I can't not pronounce it. In the very, I guess we'll say like, how to put it, the very, like Greek way. So I always end up saying Cat Loafy, but it is supposed to be Cat Loaf. What I'm gonna do is shout Cat Loaf out because they did in fact do this. It is magnificent. I am in love. If I can remember how to do it. Oh no. All right, I can remember. I got it. I remember how to use Twitch, I promise. There we go. They do really great art streams. Very cute, just chatting streams. Some games too sometimes. Watch alongs. They have like a whole Discord where they do cool stuff. Please, 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 please check out Catloaf. They are amazing. I need to figure out how the new shout out works because I still haven't figured it out. From what I understand, the command is just different. And there is one that will like show you the last thing that someone was streaming. I used to do the new one and then I defaulted to the other one because it's just easier with the backslash. It feels nice to be here. I missed you guys. I missed streaming. I missed putting together keyboards where people can see. Oh my. Alrighty, now that we have housekeeping out of the way, new form, check. I feel and look luscious. Yeah. Let me get big again so I can just get in there. Yeah. So we've done that. We've done the shout out to the artist who is great, fantastic, phenomenal. Catloaf is the best. So for anyone who has never actually seen a stream of mine before, or who has just popped in and happened to miss everything else. Hello, my name is Luminous Peak. I am your friendly neighborhood fae, here on sabbatical from work kicking intergalactic bad guys and learning about the things you humans do and sharing my progress on those things as we go along. I normally do keyboard build streams, and that's mechanical keyboards, not musical keyboards. Bedtime story streams. I have one coming up tomorrow, actually. And I also do study along with me streams that are really cool. I have like ambient locations that I use to do with those things. It's just really nice background content if you just need someone to work with you. Working with people actually helps motivate me to concentrate, so I try to share that with other folks. And we play the occasional game here too. I am planning a build today, if you couldn't tell by the title of the stream. But because I haven't been here for a while, oh my gosh, I just wanted to check in. How has everyone else been doing today? Or for the last couple months. I've been gone for like maybe 4 months. It's been a little while. It was so touching because I actually did like a little, it wasn't quite a collab, but oh no, we got like somebody doing crazy stuff in here. Let's hey Bez. Thanks Denko. I appreciate that. Hi Bez, how are you? I just got through the intro. You missed the big reveal, but this is the form I'm in right now. We're still gonna see, anyways. You're still gonna see, human Lumi from time to time. Human-ish Lumi? I mean, humans don't normally have antlers. I mean, mortals have antlers. Mortals, humans, they're kind of the same, You'll still see her during streams. I just also have this very relaxed, I just wanna take my skin off sort of form. I mean, I do be having antlers. That's always a fellow antler haver. I was so embarrassed earlier this week. Someone had asked for PNGs for VTubers, specifically because they wanted to do like non-animal ear features. And in my rush to actually post me, I called them horns and not antlers. Embarrassed. Could not forgive myself. Not that horns aren't great. They just aren't what I have. Oh, thank you for the follow, Usaiden. Spooky yet lovable. I like it. I do try to be, a little less menacing if possible. Who Who wants to be menacing? I don't want all the mortals running away. The whole point is to be able to learn about you guys. I can't do that if you're running away. Also, I will say, if you know anything about Fae, usually we wait to show you the scary things, right? We have to lure you in first. Beyond Briar, hello. I saw that you went live not that long ago. I did actually want to pop in, but I knew I was prepping for stream, so I couldn't. Are you still streaming? That'd be crazy if you're streaming while you're here. Hello. Yes. I haven't streamed in a few months. So this is my, I don't want to say re-debut. I feel like that's too fancy for what's happening. This is my welcome back. My comeback stream. I'm so excited. Denko, I saw I've been having a time. People are peopling at me. Oh no. Aw, man. I have been dealing with a lot of peopling. That was part of the reason why I had to take a break. I wanted to actually just come on and stream and do whatever, but I knew I wasn't feeling my best. And I didn't want to show up here and have, like you guys cheering me up. That's not the whole point. The point is for me to be here and be cheerful for you guys. That's the point. There's more people here now, so I kind of want to show off my form a little more. Let's go back down into, let's get some resizing over here. Yeah. So this is me now, at least temporarily. You do what you need to recoup. I absolutely did. Oh man, it sucks when you're online. People always get worried about, like their numbers and engagement and stuff. And I was just like, I just don't have time. I just can't worry about it. I have to actually take care of me first. This is what everyone that I'm friends with online would tell me to do. So I'm just going to actually do it without having to go through all of the trial and error first. We're just going to do it. So that's what I did. But I'm glad to be back now. I'm glad to see you guys. Before we get into building, I did want to chat here for a second because there's so much that's been going on. Denko's not lying. People have been peopling both online and offline. There's just been so much stuff going on. Even though I haven't been streaming, I am active on Twitter. And I mean, let me tell you, there's just been heckin' stuff going on. People having all sorts of issues and people not quite having issues, but airing them out as though they're issues, and people squabbling and fighting over things that aren't important and then actually important things happening. It's been very overwhelming. Hopefully I'm not the only one that feels overwhelmed by all the stuff that's been happening. Maybe not everyone in my chat keeps up with VTuber Twitter, and I would not blame you if you didn't. But just, I don't know, not even just in that space. The last couple months, the world seems to have been going like kind of crazy. If it's not one thing, it's like it's another thing. Do not keep up with VTuber Twitter. That's good advice. I've been rather overwhelmed sometimes. It's okay. Things are slowing down. I'm glad that things are slowing down. Lemon! Hi, Lemon. Oh my gosh. This feels so good. It's like my first time back in a while, and just seeing everybody in chat is just, this is like exactly what I was hoping it would be. That's so great. You guys don't understand. This fills a void in my heart, just being able to share things with folks and chat for a little while. And build keyboards too. We're definitely doing that. There's been some crazy drama in the keyboard community too. For once, Twitch was like, someone you like streaming. I am so honored to have that title. I know that my content's not for everyone. I've actually encountered a couple people who are like, your content's a little too chill for me. I prefer more chaos, which fair. But it's nice to know that people do enjoy me sharing these little glimpses into Keeb life and what's going on with me. I have a very hectic life outside of streaming, so I gotta be chill for me, I'm a gremlin sometimes. We've played some games. There is in fact footage of me being a little wild, but it's not like that most of the time. Oh my God, you're gorgeous. Thank you. I feel gorgeous. So it's nice to know that I look the way I feel. High confidence stat. Let's go. Okay. So now that I have a group of things here, what's the last game I played? Online or offline? That is the actual question. Definitely missed the keyboard news. Yeah. I need my informant. Okay. We're going to get into it at least a little bit before we build. Yeah. So the last game that I played online, I think was, oh my gosh, my brain is like slowly becoming paint drying on the wall. It's the game where you take photos. I'm going to be so mad when I when I look back at what I'm doing. Let me actually see if I can pull it up because I literally have it in my history. That's crazy that I don't remember. I remember the subtitle of the game. It's To the Future. But my goodness, what is the actual full name? Season. There you go, Season. It has such a simple name. It's difficult for me to remember. I always feel like Season is associated with shows. Season to the Future. So you take photos of a land after, I guess like after it's been devastated by war. And you're building like a scrapbook before the age changes and we lose information before things basically like swap over to a new regime. It was very beautiful and sad. I agree with Denko, absolutely. In terms of offline, the most recent game that I played was actually Hades. I bought it maybe like a year and a half ago and played it a bit, but felt kind of overwhelmed by it. I didn't have the brain space to strategize and like kind of learn how it worked. But I came back to it recently and learned a little bit about the mechanics. So I've been actually trying to complete it and that's been great. Oh, Season sounds so sad. Yeah, it's sad, but in like a very beautiful way. We actually got to meet some people towards the end. It was nice. Hades made me cramp so bad in hands and brains. My brain is a little less cramped. I actually, so I have it on the Switch and trying to get the Switch hookup for stream is a little rough. Arborcat's now following. Thank you. I'm going to try to get the Switch set up so that I can actually play stuff on stream with it, but it requires like extra parts, man, not to complain too loudly or anything. But there's so much stuff that you need to do to like stream correctly. It's true you can just hook up stuff and then like hit go live, especially if you're, what is the cringe word for it? Flesh tuber, right? It's easy to do that, I guess. Moss Castle, thank you for the follow. Oh my gosh, this is like so many follows. Oh my God. And so that was part of the reason why I took the break too. I was having a lot of frustration with my content as well. The camera that I used to do keyboard stuff was like not working. It was like tinged very pink. Oh, I got the shout. Oh my God. Beyond Briar, thank you. The gang coming through. I'm about it. Yes. So when you're trying to, it's not even like I'm a big time content creator or anything, but when you're trying to share things with people, you want it to look good and feel good. And I was really having an issue with getting things to be the way I want it. So during this break, I got a lot of things done. I did want to tell you guys. I'm sure you have seen it if you're looking in chat. I've got some emotes now, so that's great. I'm working on getting more, but I wanted to start with those. If you're on my page on Twitch and you're looking at this on desktop, I also have stickers that you can throw up. It should be working. Fingers crossed. Should be working for you to put stickers up here. And so some of the stickers are some of the emotes. So some of the emotes are like sub only, but I wanted to leave a little bit of an avenue for people to still access them at least a little bit. So some of them are stickers. Some of the sub only ones are stickers. So we got upgrades happening around here, slowly but surely fixing things up. What else did I have? I have a new card this is like not necessarily promo, but if you just want to find like a one-stop shop for things, I've had a couple people tell me that they wanted to look at pictures of my keyboard builds outside of being in the chat. Like I've had a couple people tell me, oh, I looked your chat up on Twitch while you weren't live, just so I could hit the spreadsheet command and see what your keyboards look like. So now you don't have to do that. You can see the list in my about. There's like a whole keyboard section where you can like click on the picture. It'll take you there. And in my about, there's like a click here to see all the stuff that I'm doing, all the places I'm at. And that opens up to a card and you can find the list there too. For anybody who might have missed it, I do mechanical keyboard builds. That is in fact what we're going to be doing today. And I do try to keep track of all the things that I buy and build on a spreadsheet in case anybody's interested and wants to know what they are or wants to know more about it. It's got like a little glossary at the top to help teach you a little bit about keyboard stuff. And that's pretty much it. I think that's most, if not all, of the upgrades. I haven't done ads yet because I just didn't want to come back and then have people like waiting to get in or like having to pause. This is going to be a really quick build, which is why I'm spending so much time chatting before we swap over. What we're building today is the Neo70. I said, like, I forgot, it's in the title. The Neo70, the 70% is like my super duper favorite type of keyboard layout. So I'm really excited. I bought a bunch of 70% before the end of the year / around the new year. And I'm basically, more or less, I'll say that I'm more or less making it so that we can just sort of like build. I think I got like 4 of them. I'm going to just build 4 of them, maybe like 1 a week, 1 every couple weeks. I want to fit in a couple of games and actually get started like streaming regularly for you guys. But I have hella boards, let me tell you. There's just boxes on boxes on boxes sitting in my office. 70% does go hard. It does. It does go hard. I think it goes hard. So, oh, Majors, hello, hello. It is nice to see you. Okay, sorry. I just realized that my noise suppression wasn't on. I have no clue what horrors in my room you could hear in the background. So yeah, I think that's everything. Just for anyone who's new, I do want to point out, I have like a little choose your own adventure game going on in the comments. If you start with the ! Explore, it lets you explore in at least the canon setting that I have. The canon setting is that I'm in the Wanderer's Library. So there's a series of commands you can click if you're curious. I was actually planning on going through a sequence of it before I got started, but then everybody came in though. Horrors, unlimited horrors, but no horrors. No horrors heard here. Yes, no. Okay, I'll take that as a sign. I'm taking it easy. This is my first time back. I don't want to have like, I don't know. I want things to be good, but I don't want to have too high expectations. I just want everybody to chill and have a good time. Ah, yes, the books, the potions, and the crystals. And then of course there is the 8-ball. I did customize some of the 8-ball responses, just a teensy bit. I don't know. When I watch other people's streams, I enjoy doing things in chat. So my stream is just full of things you can do in chat. All right, I guess we'll just move over without any further ado. And then we'll see how we're going from there. And I'll get some music going in the background for our builds. This is nice background music, but I like to have a little something else. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Alrighty. I see. This camera is going to be troublesome, but it looks so much better. I gamble stream points in some of my other streamer streams. I have a problem. I've been working on how best to set that up. I enjoy the stream elements gamble command as well, especially because they let you do percentages and stuff. I'm going to be doing it soon. I have to figure out what it is we're gambling. Alrighty, here we go. Let me get the music going. Okay. I think the music's on. Let me know if you can hear it. Hopefully you can. I prefer to adjust those things before I get going, so let me know. For anyone who is new to my streams, these are the types of board that I build. These are mechanical keyboards. They do the clicky clacky. I'm gonna unplug this so I can just, you might not be able to hear it with the, since I literally just turned the noise suppression on. Let me turn that off. Let's see. We're gonna get the mic right here. Oh, maybe that's, that might be a little too close. Such a beauty cutie. I love that color. Yes, also new mat. We do have a new mat. This is the new mat. It is a skull design. It is actually designed by someone in the keyboard community whose name is Alex Odos. You can actually find him in the like who to watch, like at the bottom of my page. He's a really great keyboard content creator. He also does build streams. And he's like crazy talented. He's into like photography. So he does like professional photos for people marketing their boards and stuff. He's great. All right, we've had some tea. I feel invigorated. I missed the clickety clack sound. Yeah, I also miss the clickety clack sound. You don't understand. When I am without my boards, I am always having a time. I shared it was a tweet that I sent out at some point, like last month or something. When I'm working at this desk, I will turn on my streaming setup even without OBS so that my mic can pick up my click clacks while I'm click clacking and I can actually hear it in my headphones. Oh, those nails. Yes, these are in fact new nails. Yes. This is a new camera and everything. I did my best for you guys. I can't tell you how frustrated I was at not having a camera that did things properly. This paper towel is here for reasons. If you're new, I promise they're here for a reason. Chesapeare, finally I get to see you stream. Oh yes, I'm so excited to have so many friends here. Okay, one more time. This is the last go around. Let me know if the background audio is too low. If it's too low, let me know. Not that I can't adjust it later, but my hands will be full. Okay, so this is the Tomo. Actually, if you hit exclamation point keyboard, it will tell you what I'm currently using. And I try to keep that updated. Even when I'm not streaming, sometimes I'll come in during the week and update it just in case. What you drinking? This is regular old Lipton black tea with some honey. So this is crazy. This is a crazy story. Back when we were in the lockdown from the pandemic, I had a friend who dropped off tea to me after everyone in my household got sick. Like I managed to hold out to not get COVID like for a while. I caught it maybe like on the tail end of everyone else. But while I was taking care of everyone, I was like, I need tea. If you could get me some tea and drop it off to my house, that'd be great. Now, I thought they'd pick up, like some Harney and Sons, some Celestial tea. But what I got was a huge 100 count box of Lipton regular black tea. And I was so sad. I didn't want to be ungrateful because clearly they had done something for me, right? Obviously. But the 100 count box, like, dang, you couldn't get me like a 20 count box or a 50 count box. 100 though? That's so much. Yeah, they meant well. They did. Yes. So I've just been going through them slowly but surely. I think we're down to like maybe 50, 40 at this point. And I've just been chugging them because I have fancier teas, but I don't want to buy more, right? When I just have so many. Bess, I'm glad you remember. What's your favorite flavor right now? My favorite tea flavor is, I would say, I have a peach mango tea. Amazing. I know it's amazing because I definitely got the tin for it about a year ago, not too long after I got the Lipton teas. And I definitely strung it out so that my last bag I used earlier this week. We had this muscat one from a Pokemon box and it was divine. Oh, that sounds really good. I will also say Teavana has a very lovely Earl Grey cream tea. Earl Grey is usually too bitter for me, but with the cream at it, perfection, chef's kiss, mwah, absolutely delicious. But usually I gravitate towards mango, peach, and the kind of like white teas. I love white teas. Earl Grey is my jam. Have you tried Lady Grey? I have tried Lady Grey. I do like Lady Grey as well. This is me being a nerd, but there is actually a command you can hit, is exclamation point tea. It will recommend you a tea flavor that I have tried. There are so many. There's so many. So really quickly, before someone hits exclamation point tea, I did want to do exclamation point keyboard. Yeah. And so this tells you about this baby right here. It's a TGR Tomo named Tomo. The reason why it is named Tomo is because on the back, it says Tomo in like fancy script. A PP plate is a material. It's a type of plastic. And the switches are basically what's underneath each of these. I know I've got a lot of new people in the chat, so I'm just sort of going through the basics. So this is what a switch is. It is what sits underneath the keycap, and it's what you're actually pressing on when you press on the keyboard. So this part kind of goes up and down. You can see it there. I have an awesome white gunpowder. Oh, gunpowder tea, so good. I see you're a connoisseur. You are cultured. I'm about it. Let's see, 75%, just to explain. So as you can see, this is not a full keyboard because we're missing some of the buttons over here and also the number pad. So basically when you have like a 100%, each time you cut something down, the percentage tells you how many keys are left. So if you have a 75, it means we don't have any numpad. And instead of the navigation, that's like the insert, delete kind of things, they give you this short column. You've got the F row. That's usually what makes it a 70. And then if you have arrows, that makes it a 75. Technically, this might be like a 76 or 7 with these extra keys here. But basically, it's a 75 form factor with a couple extra keys. I'm horribly reminded of when one of my cats ate my sister's keys on her keyboard. That's so tragic. That can't be healthy. That can't be healthy for anyone. Why? I'm so distressed hearing that, actually. I'm so distressed. Oh no. Hopefully the cat is fine. And the keyboard is fine? Question mark? I don't know. So yeah, I just wanted to show this one off. I've got a little artisan over here. Artisans are like special keycaps. I'm trying to like rush through the basics before we get through this build. We got a little bit to do, but this should be a simple build. I don't think it'll take this long. I didn't want the stream to just last like, you know, like an hour and a half and then like call it a day, you know? I wanted to hang out with you guys. Oh, was the cat okay? Oh man, yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Okay, so let's yeet Tomo off the desk. And this is the case for the new baby. Your sister's still mad at you, but the cat are fine. Cool. So let's get into it. I did take this out of the box to look at it and make sure that everything was in here. But I haven't like really handled everything, like handled everything. It took 2 weeks for the keyboard to be fixed. No. So for anyone new, how do I even explain this? Some keyboards come in their carrying case like this. This is one of like the newer innovations that we've had in the hobby, which I think is great Because instead of having like a box with the components in it and creating like extra waste, to me, it makes more sense to have the components in the case so you can take them out and put them wherever you want, etc., etc. So this just comes with everything that I need to put things together. We're going to start with, I guess we'll just start with the case because I feel like that's the part everyone recognizes. So this, there's like a build guide for this. I don't think I'm going to need it. This keyboard is from a company called Qwertykeys. Like QWERTY, like the first 5 or 6 letters on the top row, the top alpha row. So Qwertykeys, let's see. Can I get this open? Nope. I'm not going to flex my nails like that. That's dangerous. So this case is made out of aluminum. And most custom keyboards actually are. I do have some plastic boards. They're made out of like polycarbonate and things like that. But this one is a little fancy, and I'm going to show you why in just a minute. As soon as I get this wrapper off. There's a build guide here for this, but I don't think I'm going to need it. This is like super simple to put together. Any of my veterans here will have seen me struggle to put together some of the boards. I cracked a plastic board once, so that's crazy. So this is case foam. It's basically supposed to prevent static from happening on the board when you're pressing on it. This, I think it's like a pull tab for, yeah, it says peel this off before use. Okay. Alrighty. So I think it's just to keep some of the foam in place. But more importantly, let me situate this back in here because I'm not quite dealing with the case yet. There's a lot of stuff you have to do with the internals first, actually. So let's put that back. And then we've got this. This is what's special. I'm gonna try to be careful about the reflection, but it's not like I'm necessarily keeping secrets or anything. I just prefer to maybe be a little mysterious with my looks if I can manage it. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna put this back in here for now. This comes with a custom cable, which is really cool. I definitely have my own, but I really appreciate that they put these in here for newbies. And then they gave me stabilizers. We actually need these. Hopefully they're good stabilizers, because I would like to use these and not have to go grab anything that I have, because the fewer of these, like, man, stabilizer sets are expensive. For anyone who doesn't know what a stabilizer is, it's basically what goes up under your long keys. So your enters, your shifts, things like that. Let me actually grab Tomo so I can show you. So if we take this backspace key off here, we can see the stabilizers on the sides of that switch there. So we've got this one here and this one here. So these go underneath all of the, pretty much all of the long keys. So your backspace, your enter. If you have a long shift, a long left shift, it would go there. I think there is actually one under here. And then your space bar. Sometimes the right shift also has it. This one doesn't because it's a compact design. There's like no space between this row. There's no space between the rest of the buttons and the arrows. But in some builds there are, so you just need more stabilizers. All right, there we go. Okay. So what other goodies do they have for me in here? These look like gaskets and feet. I should start making it a habit to put these on in the beginning, the feet at least. But what I can tell you is today, it won't be that day, I don't think. Okay, so they've given me 2 rows. I've got light colored ones and dark colored ones. It looks like they just put them all in the same thing. So no matter what color your keyboard is, you can just change, like choose which one you want. These look like screws. The question is, will I need them? I might have to look it up and see if I actually need them. And then we have these dumbbell gaskets. So for anyone that doesn't know what a gasket is, it's basically something squishy and padding kind of like that you use to suspend the system of something. So in a keyboard, basically the PCB, the circuit board, we use the gaskets to basically elevate it in the case to give it more flexibility in terms of how it's situated. How you build a board changes and determines how it feels. And how it sounds to some degree. So this is just one of the methods that we use. On my spreadsheet where I show you the different types of keyboards I have, I do actually list the mounting method. That's what it's called. The mounting method is how you situate it in the case, pretty much. Okay. They gave me an O-ring too. So O-ring is another type of mounting thing. So there's basically, there's two, maybe like 3 major categories of how you can mount a keyboard. So just to be as quick about it as possible, you can do gaskets where, oh, I did not put all the gaskets back in the bag. Gaskets are when the PCB, the circuit board build is sitting on something. There's like a barrier that gives it more flexibility so it's not just trapped between the sides of the case. You can also do top mount, or I guess like some sort of, basically it's when you screw everything down to the top of the case. That's why it's called top mount. It keeps things secure, but also the sound can sometimes be hollow depending on how big the case is. Sometimes the board will feel stiff because it's literally screwed to the top of the case, right? And then technically O-ring is a different type of gasket mount. So instead of sitting it on those dumbbells that we saw in here, you basically take this and, whoops, and wrap it around the circuit board. So this just goes around the edges and just sort of acts kind of like as if you were to put dumbbells, but around every single aspect of the board instead of in specific places. I don't think we're going to be using O-ring for this one. Hopefully that was understandable. You basically wrap this around the circuit board and use this to hold it up instead of having the dumbbell pieces. They're all silicone, but the way that they sit kind of affects how everything sounds. And then here we have, this is part of the PCB. So this is part of the circuit board, if I can get it open. Yeah. Yeah, so this is the second part of the circuit board. So we've got 2 parts. We have this main part here, and you can see this is where it connects. And then we have this section here. And that would be this. So this is going to basically be situated in here like this. Oh, I think that's upside down, actually, yeah. So this would be the arrow keys here, and then we have our navigation up here. I don't actually need this part right now, so I am going to put this back in the bag. There's a reason why they did this in 2 separate pieces. It was basically so that they can make this build like as simple as possible. If you want to take the thing goes in the thing, I get a yes. This piece comes off. It's magnetic. So they made it this way on purpose so that if you want to change anything out on the board, or if there's something, you know, that's not working and you need it to be fixed, you can actually just lean it up, pop it out. And with this, you can pull this up and then lean it up, pop it out. It's really innovative, actually. I know this is like keyboard nerd stuff, but I am very excited for this board. I've been wanting it forever. Now, this is the main PCB. This is where the magic happens. We put all of the switches in here. I'm not going to pull it all the way out, just a little bit. They gave us some foam to put on top. Oh, okay, that was a piece of foam. Something falling out of the bag, not a great look, you know. So you put the switches in here, basically, and then you'll put the plate on top. This is an extra piece of foam to help kind of like change the sound. And hopefully I'll explain a little more about that once we get into it. I don't want to take it all the way out and give you the whole lecture and everything, so. But those are kind of the basics. You basically prep your stabilizers, put them on the PCB, put your switches in. If you've got, you know, like gaskets, you got to put those on. There's different methods for how you put those on and stuff. You'll put your plate as part of, like, your plate goes on top of the PCB. It's what holds all the switches in place. And this should be a simple build. So we're going to set this aside for now because I have to work with the stabilizers first. All the people who have been watching me for a while, they kind of know this process back and forth. So instead of going on and on and on and on and on and on, I do want to say, in terms of the keyboard realm, I have been busy. I've been busy. So I've got a second one of these. And I'm going to show that one off really quick, just so you can see like the color of the case. I'm not going to go through and open up all the components again. That would be crazy. So the second Neo, which I will probably put together, I don't know, sometime shortly, maybe later this week, has this white weight on the back. And then it's this gray color. I really like the gray. I feel like in this lighting, you can sort of see the difference between the white here and the gray. The reason why I got this gray is because I have a keycap set that is supposed to look like one of the Game Boy colors, like not the Game Boy colors, I'm sorry, the original DMG. There's like a gray and purple edition. And I tried to put it on another board, but it didn't quite look right. This gray is perfect. So we're going to build it out. It's going to be great. Okay. So now that I've done that, I'm going to show yet another board because I'm crazy. And I actually just have like 5 of them sitting in my office. This one has a pretty champagne color. These are all sneak peeks into what we're going to be building soon. All right. So here we go. The light is just a little harsh, but it's this lovely champagne color. It's like a little, slightly more pink in person than it looks here. But yeah, champagne color. And then this is a copper weight. It's pretty weighty. This thing is heavier than the other two for sure. And I have a keycap set that is themed on like romantic holiday chocolates that's supposed to go on this one. So hopefully I'll be able to put it together and everything will look cute. Okay. Now we can get started properly. So these stabilizers, basically I have to prep them and put them together. Now, I wanted to try to get this done before stream today, but it was just not happening. My day job would not allow me. So, and given how quick the rest of the build should be, we're just gonna coast and just, you know, get this done. And I'm gonna tell you about some keyboard community tea while we're doing this. Let me see if I can, zoom in just a little bit. The question is, will my camera actually stay there is the question. This new camera is so light, it never wants to actually stay down. Let's see. Yeah, oh, no, all right. Oh, almost. All right, there we go. All right, so things that we need. We need lubricants of many kinds. We've got lube there. We've got lube here. Which type is this? Is this too old? I don't think that's the correct one. It is not. That's the correct one. If you're new to the The only drama I would care about are the keyboard. You'll have to see once you hear about it. For anyone who doesn't know, this hobby is sus. It's sus as fuck. Like, let's just be for real. This is a very sussy hobby. There's lube. The whole point is to shove things and other things and make sure they go in and out smoothly. I've heard every single joke that could possibly exist. Literally every single one. I'm not saying you can't make them. I'm just letting you know that I know. We're lubing up switches, okay? Okay, here we go. I've got my tweezers. What else do I need? I don't think there are any screws that we have to put into this board for real. So I don't actually think I need anything else besides the brushes. That's real weird. I think I don't need anything else out of my tool bag, to be honest. Oh, that's a lie. I need this so I can grip parts. All of my switches are pre-lubed and everything, so I think this is it. I think we're ready. Okay. One more go again before my, you know what? I'll keep this out for later. Before my hands are full. How is the music sounding to you guys? Are you guys able to hear it? Is it too low? Is it too high? Somebody let me know before I start getting gunk all over my hands. I like this jam, to be honest. And let me tell you, keyboard world drama is really crazy because there's usually a lot of money involved. Yikes. Yikes. I wonder if I can creep up the volume just a little bit. Just a little bit. You think it's a little low? No, it's probably a little low. Okay, how about now? I fiddled with it just a little bit. Some people like music in their streams to be like really loud, and other people like theirs to be like really quiet. I've definitely been in streams where the music is like blasting out your eardrums. You can barely hear the streamer over it. But I guess if the streamer is doing interesting stuff, then you can just look at the game or whatever. You hear it now? Okay. Bez, is it too loud? Like, I can adjust it while I'm in OBS, but that's not the same as what you guys hear, you know, like when you're listening to the stream. I know you're saying you can hear it, but is it like super duper low? While you guys are telling me whether or not the music is too low or not, I'm gonna refill my tea. I feel like we've been streaming for about an hour. I think that this is a good place to like take a small break, right? So I'm gonna go refill my tea. Camera, please, don't shake. Yeah, a tad up on the notch, yeah. Absolutely. I want stream to be comfortable for you guys, so the goal is whatever works for you guys. Hopefully that's not too loud. I only went up just a little bit. That might have been, maybe that was up to a little more than a tad. Hopefully not. Okay. I'm gonna leave it here where it's adjusted. Let me know how it's sounding when I come back, because you can hear my voice over the music, right? That's the goal. So let's go to the BRB. I'm back. I see the camera decided to be a little snooty. Flash a little bit. All right. So let's get started with this build. If you have any questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. I've basically gone over this process like a million bajillion times. But I always want to educate people on the different parts and keyboards and stuff like that, especially if you've never seen someone put a keyboard together before. So we're just going to start by lubing these. Let's move the wires. I don't actually know if I need all 5 of these wires. Like there's 6 here, but these 2 are for the spacebar. I should have taken the PCB out and looked at it. I did not do that. So while I do that, I will talk to you about keyboard stuff. So, cool things. There's a meetup in my area that I ended up going to. That's not actually drama. I went, I had a good time. I was very shocked that there was one in my area. I found out about it last minute. I was able to convince a friend to go with me. So that was cool. I'm just gonna measure. Okay, so this is for... Oh, this accommodates both types of layouts. Okay, so I could do a 6.5U. That's a shorter space bar. Could also do a longer space bar. I'm thinking I'll probably do the longer one, just because I don't normally do longer space bars. I think it's been like forever since I've done a longer space bar. So we'll go with the 7U this time. The Keeb meetup was great. I was shocked that there was one in my area, and I wanted to, like, this was totally last minute. They told me I couldn't show off any boards there, because usually the point of a meetup, right, is people go together, they bring their boards so other people can feel what they're like, touch them and things like that. The good things about going to a meetup is this hobby is expensive. Obviously, I'm crazy because I have so many boards, but most people feel lucky if they're able to get 1 or 2, or they only want a couple special ones, right? So their goal is to go and to practice feeling what something feels like, getting a feel for how heavy something is in terms of weight. And then, is this what I use for regular stuff or? Oh, I think I'm using it for this. Okay, and the goal is to try stuff, because there's so many different types of switches. There's so many different types of boards. Maybe you want to see them in person and get kind of a idea of how they are. I'm forgetting something. That's why my brain is being weird. It's trying to tell me that I'm forgetting something. I know what it is. It's the palette that I normally spread my lube on. Let me see if I can find it. It's one that looks like this, but it has a different label on it. Not me being disorganized on stream. Okay, it's not that bad. Things in my tool drawer just got jumbled up a little. Such is life. Okay, and I've got some lube on there already, so I actually can put this cap right back on and use what's here. So yeah, going to the keyboard meet was very nice. I did end up taking one board with me in like a computer bag, because I was like, what if someone leaves early and they end up having an opening slot? It's just the people do go to show off their builds and their boards, but also so you can find out what things feel like. So far as keyboards go, like I was saying, this is an expensive hobby. So a lot of the time people go to keyboard meetups even before they own a board, right? So that they can see what things feel like for the first time. Try to have some experience with touching, how they type, what the switches feel like in the board, what different plates and stuff feel like. There's no way to understand the differences between things in this hobby because it's such a physical hobby, right? Like we've got all these little pieces, we've got all these wires, the lube, we've got so many switches. This is an example of switches. This is the switch package. This is what we're putting in our board today. The Glarses switches. And there are so many different kinds of switches, like legitimately. I think almost every single board I have has different switches in it. Because originally my goal when entering this hobby was to try out as many things as possible. So that's what keyboard meetups are for you to try things, see what's going on, see what you like without having to spend that money like I foolishly did, basically. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. We just started really getting into the build here. We're building a Neo70 and I am taking care of the stabilizers right now and talking about keeb life, basically. So yeah, the meetup was cool. I took a bunch of pictures. I did post some of them to Twitter. It was really fun. I dressed up in an outfit that matched my board. I'll have to see if I can dig it up and like spruce the image up a little bit. And then for those of you who have seen most of my boards, I took the Egyptian themed one. For those who don't know what that is, I have an Egyptian themed board that has hieroglyphics embossed on the case. It was way too expensive. So like, if you want to see a picture of it, you can hit that exclamation point spreadsheet command. It'll bring the link up. All right, here we go. And so that's the good. Now let's get into the bad and the ugly. The good is I went to a keyboard meetup and it was nice. I got to feel on boards. A couple people really liked my board. Great. The bad is that the keyboard community, right? So we're like a custom community, right? And that means that we're a community that's built off of like the different, you know, creativity that other people have to offer. We are basically just a group of people who like keybs and keyboard things that come together. And some people think, oh, cool, I have a cool idea for a board. They try to put things together. They try to work with manufacturers and make connections to get things made so that people can pay for bringing, you know, a vision to life. I can, kind of picture a keyboard meetup like a car meetup. Yeah, people just lining up in a parking lot with all the boards and LEDs. I mean, that is basically what it is, more or less. You get a hall, there's a bunch of tables, and it's just a bunch of people together with their boards. Sometimes they'll print out little cards for you to fill out so that people will know what board it is you've brought and like what's in it, so they don't have to, you know, like constantly ask. The meetup that I went to even had something at the end where it was like, do you need to ask permission to touch this board? And sometimes you do, because like sometimes people will bring like vintage boards, like scavenged IBMs, or maybe they just have a delicate board. Maybe they've unfortunately dropped it once or something. You never know, right? So that was very considerate. But since this hobby is built off of the kind of like creativity and like grassroots sort of coming together, we pretty much do all of our projects, I would say Kickstarter style. So we call them group buys instead of a Kickstarter, but it's basically when, you know, someone teams up with a shop, a vendor, and the goal of teaming up with the vendor is that you have someone to work on like the logistics, shipping, you know, like they have business accounts for, sending and receiving mail. They're able to send and receive mail in bulk. Sometimes they can even help you negotiate with a manufacturer to bring your ideas to life. Because if you're just a dude, you know, that hangs out at home, or you're just a regular guy that works, you don't have the connections, right, to like call up a manufacturer and say like, hey, if I send you these files, can you like make this in bulk for me? And vendors also help with, you know, taking orders, right? You need to have point of sale, all these, the business side of things, right? Some people are able to savvy doing it on their own. They'll like rent a warehouse, or they have like a big garage that they can put their product and then ship it out. But sometimes people don't want to trust you, you know, if you're doing stuff out of your house, you know, that kind of thing. So basically, in the last several months, actually, I want to say the last year, there's been a lot of vendors who got really popular during the pandemic. They invested all of their money in just buying out keyboard projects because it was popular. And now they're having issues with money. And some of them have been made to shut down. People call it exit scamming, right? So the business gets too overwhelming for you to work, or in some nefarious cases, right, you just show up and want to take people's money. So you like pitch a board that you know you're not going to make, right? That's like really dangerous and evil and awful. Most of the time, I want to say, when exit scamming happens, it's because someone doesn't understand everything they need to deal with the keyboard making process, the delivery process. And when things start going wrong, they didn't account for all the work and money that it takes to make things right. Like if you're a customer, you think, oh, well, simple. If something's wrong, you just offer a refund or to replace stuff. But from the business point of view, you have to account for the number of replacements you think you might need percentage wise, right? Sometimes you have to have extra money on hand for people who want refunds. Or if you just need to order more things, more replacements, right? So that's also like a really big thing. And some people do not at all account for these things. So they end up in a situation where they're like, oh no, my project is tanking and there's people on Discord asking for progress on their things and I don't know if I can deliver them. I don't want to go bankrupt. And sometimes people will actually just crazy. Do these people get taken to court, or is it hard to track them down? Like the more malicious fraud peeps? Okay, so it sort of depends. So most of the people in this hobby actually know each other, right? That's kind of how this goes. You have people who participate in the hobby. They've showed up to meetups. People have like met their families. So like if there's someone who's well known, who I guess just decided to just peace out and be awful, because we have had people in the community who have done that. I'll give you some examples in a bit. But if it's just some random person, first of all, most people will just tell you, hey, we've never seen this vendor. If you're gonna invest into a project, please assume that you're not gonna get your money back, because that's the safe way to do it. Especially if it's someone new that doesn't have any reputation. Usually though, if they have a business front, that means that they are registered somewhere, right? Like they're to be incorporated as a business. You have to have paperwork and all that jazz. So usually tracking them down is not the hard part. Finding someone who can take the case and the money that it takes to pursue them is really the issue. So here are some examples, because there's been plenty in the last almost year. One of the examples was something that I was personally affected by. It's a store called Mech & Co. Mech & Co. did very well for several years. They did start up kind of maybe like right before the pandemic. They delivered a couple of successful projects, so they had a reputation for doing well. And then they started taking on more projects. Now, normally, this would not be a bad thing, but it turns out what they were doing was taking the money that they got for the different projects they were funding, and instead of hanging on to it to wait for things to happen, they were using that money to reinvest in new projects because they assumed that the boom from the pandemic and the hobby would last forever. So their idea was, oh, we're just gonna participate in as many projects as possible So then people will be forced to get those projects from us, and it'll be a loop of money. Now, what they didn't think about is during the pandemic, lots of different countries had like shutdowns. Factories are a breeding ground for people getting sick. So if a factory ended up getting sick, I'll recode this one. They would shut down, and that would cause delays. Or sometimes, depending on the country that they were in, Taiwan, Korea, and China are the biggest countries that manufacture keyboard parts. And as you know, COVID began in China. So China had a series of setbacks, and were shut down for quite some time, several different times during the pandemic, depending on, like what district, what region, or province, I think. Yeah, province. So a lot of the keyboard projects that got funded had to wait years and years for their parts to be made because the shutdowns kept happening over and over. So when delays were being experienced, sometimes people decided, oh, I don't want this anymore. I've been waiting for this for like a year. I still haven't gotten it. There's new stuff coming out or new projects that I'm more interested in. So I'd rather have that money back, right? And since this company just kept, like, to explain, basically, when you fund a project, not only are you're trying to hit a minimum order quantity, right? So you're trying to purchase a certain number of a board. And part of the reason why this is because the more of something you make, the less it costs to make each one, right? So you set a price based on how many you think you're going to sell. This is like basic business stuff in case you didn't know. So in these cases, even when projects didn't hit their order quantity, what this company, and there were some others who did this too, would do is they would buy out the extra. It's like, oh, you're 200 units short of your MOQ. Well, I'll pay up front for those extra 200. And once they get made, I'll just sell off the extras, because sometimes people will want projects that they couldn't afford before. Now, the issue, of course, is that if you use the money you got from one project to put into another, if anything goes wrong with that project, or there's any delays, or people start wanting refunds for literally any reason, then you're stuck without that money to refund them. And that's part of what happened here. Yeah, so they start with good intentions and then took a huge gamble with other people's money. That is exactly it. Yep. That is the summary. And in some cases, these businesses just admitted, hey, we made the wrong, move. But you're still leaving people in the community without a board in some cases, or without their money. Mexico was very egregious. So they had like 22 projects that they just hadn't paid. Like they straight up just hadn't paid it. Meanwhile, while you're doing all this stuff, there's also regular business expenses, right? You're paying for the warehouse space that you're trying to keep open for when these things are made. You have to keep money for shipping. You have to keep money for, like customer service things, right? They didn't have any of that. So their Discord goes silent. They start deleting channels so people can't comment on how crazy it is. And of course, that's just the best case scenario, right? Worst case scenario, someone says, oh, keyboards are popular. I can sucker some people into, giving me money. Usually you can sort of tell if that's going to happen. Unless the person is like really well known in the community, then sometimes you get blindsided. So the first thing with the good intentions that ended up going bad, that happened with a few different businesses. Then you get, some who are just, I do want to service the keyboard community, but I can make some money on the side. So they like overcharge for things in an attempt to, like make money, but their quality control is really bad. Not quite a scam per se, because you still get the product, but you can tell that they're just like trying to fleece folks for money because the hobby is very popular. So a couple of those have happened too in the last year. It's like really crazy. And because that's been happening with a few, basically it happened all at once. Because after things settled after the pandemic, people were just having issues with keeping their businesses up. They weren't expecting their products to take 2 years to make. They weren't expecting to have to pay for warehouses to keep open for 2 whole years while, not having good product on hand to sell, you know? Tough, tough, tough. The issue that most people have with these sort of situations is communication, right? Some people were just like super rude to their customers on Discord. Some people were mad disrespectful. The Mexico guy, man, he was very knee deep in the hobby. So people started like, once he disappeared from Discord, people were like contacting his wife to try to figure out where he was, which is kind of crossing a line, I think. I don't think that's very professional. You know, like, yeah, you do know him within the hobby, but in terms of a business transaction, you deal with the business, right? And not like the guy who's at the head of the business. They ended up going into bankruptcy, which sucks, because bankruptcy in the US comes with kind of a lot of different, I guess we'll say, privileges. So first you pay off your debts, right? And then if you gypped anybody with your product, they get paid out last after you gather money for everyone else. So you're kind of screwed. Now, there is good news, sort of, in these cases. For quite a few projects, a lot of people were able to reach out to the guy who ran this business. And I mean, that's not to say he's a good guy. I want to point this out. He ducked and dodged talking to his customers for a long time, so he sucks. But he had people in the community who were like part of the Reddit, part of other businesses, and they were able to get together with him to get customers' information from Shopify. So far as I know, a couple of businesses paid off his Shopify account so that he could operate it. And then they took that information so that they could pay for the projects. Some people had to pay for the product over again, which sucks. Some people had to pay shipping again. They were like, hey, this product has actually been paid for. It has been delivered. So it exists. It's here. The issue is shipping it from where it is, like getting it released from like the freight center, the mailing center, to get shipped to us is going to cost extra money. So we need you to pay shipping again, which sucks. Did you lose quite a bit of money with your order if you're at liberty? Of course. No. We'll talk about it. I lost. So here's the thing. It's bittersweet. I had 3 keyboard keycap sets with them, and then like a separate keyboard project. Man, all 3 of the keycap sets that I had, I was able to recover them in one way or another. I bought second copies of them from other stores because they're like regional vendors, right? So the US vendor is Mexico. They're the ones that like effed up. But there are other sellers for Korea, for Canada. So I was able to go to one of the other vendors and just buy it again. I was like, I actually want this so bad that I'm just gonna buy it again, which is crazy. One of the sets I was able to sell to a friend. So now we have matching sets, and that's cool. So I will call that one even. The second set, I did buy it again. And so I have 2 sets basically. So I bought the replacement, and then the business that was helping them out was like, hey, we're taking over these orders. You only have to pay for shipping. But by then I had already bought the second copy. So we're just out here. The third one, that one never got recovered at all. I actually just had to buy it outright, and I don't have a second copy of the set because the manufacturer was never paid to make it in the first place. They actually just took that money and it's just gone. The other 2 sets, I got very lucky. The sets were paid, but they were stuck at the port, right? So they couldn't be delivered. So I only had to pay shipping on those. I had already bought the sets again. So I would just say I'm out of a lot of money, honestly. I made it even with one set because I sold it to a friend. The other one I actually just still have here. I'm trying to decide if I want to give it away when we hit our milestone. I have a follower milestone. When we meet it, I'm doing a keyboard giveaway. I'm not sure if I'm going to make that a part of it. It's a really special set. And I'm thinking it'll probably just be a gift to a friend. I'll just chalk it up as a loss. And the third set I just had to buy. So I'm definitely out the cost of at least that one set. The last thing from them was an actual keyboard, like an actual keyboard. It was a 70% keyboard too. And that situation was very messy. Another business did actually pick it up, but I did not know that it was picked up until way too late. And I missed the sign up to shoot them my information to prove that I had ordered it. And they refused to make exceptions. Like I managed to contact them after they closed the form, but before they started shipping out. And I was pleading with them, right? Like in the emails, I was like, hey, listen, this board was very expensive. Like when I say expensive, this particular board was maybe like close to $500 total for the board. And I was like, hey, I know that I missed the initial sign up, but I saw in your Discord you haven't started shipping anything out yet. Can you add me to the list? Here's the proof that I purchased it. And they were like, no, you missed the deadline. We can't do it. Because if we did it for you, we'd have to do it for everybody. And I was like, but why can't you do it for everyone? You haven't even started shipping those boards out to the people who did make, like, I think I missed the deadline by like one single day, literally one single day. It was crazy. And I was like, I feel like if everyone made it before you started shipping out the boards, you should just let them on the list. And they were like, yeah, I understand that that's how you feel, but no. And I was very depressed. I still am very depressed about it. I've kind of been not buying from the store in protest. I understand their position. They don't want to, like have inventory that they're constantly losing, right? Because somebody shows up months and months later and they're like, hey, I definitely bought this board and you can't verify it. But since I was literally just one day late, I was really hoping they would make an exception for me, especially because they hadn't started mailing them out. I still have feelings about it. I have big feelings about it because that was a lot of money. That was a lot, like a lot of money. I have real big feelings about that. I'm trying not to have emotions about it right now because I don't want to talk bad about their business or anything. They're normally a very good business. They didn't have to step up to help that business recover things at all so that people could get what they wanted. People who were able to get to the form in time would only, I don't actually need this. I need to test the wires here. They would only have to pay shipping. So they actually did everybody like a really big solid. And I appreciate them and the role that they played. But I was not able to benefit, and I have really salty feelings about it, to be honest. Oh no, that's very rattly. Oh no. If I flip it, will it be any better? I don't want to have to, oh no. I see. I gotta flatten out this wire or else it'll make weird noises when I put it into the board. I was really hoping I wouldn't have to deal with this. I was hoping the wires would be fine, but it is what it is. Yeah, sorry to hear. Yeah, it is what it is, There were a lot of people in several Discords that were like really mad. Like they was cussing people out and everything. And I was like, that's not how you behave when you want someone to do something for you. It just, sometimes things suck and it actually just is what it is. You can't do much about it. I'm glad that a lot of people actually did get their boards is what I'll say, because me not getting my board is a little better than nobody getting their board at all. And I'm trying to look at it that way. I'm out $500 and that hurts because I am not made of money. Let me tell you, I have all these boards, but most of them were paid for like in installments or things like that. So it just is what it is. Saying all of this to say, I don't want to scare anyone, right? Because I feel like most of this just amounts to like be scared of the keyboard hobby. It's not that. It's just that kind of like when you're choosing I should have been like, my followers will destroy you on Twitter. JK. Yeah. I saw some people tweet out about it. I'm not going to hold you up. But I just don't think that's the way to go. I just don't think that that's good for anybody. This business was really good to a lot of people. A lot of people were able to get their board. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get their board. So I'm just doing my best to survive and enjoy what I do have. Because I do have more boards than the average person. Like I have so many. Perfect. I didn't even have to try that hard. Yeah, that's the silver lining how I'm looking at it. If you've opened up that spreadsheet and seen the amount of keyboards that I have, you know that I have way too much. Double just to make sure. Yeah, that's pretty good. So we're just out here doing our best. Now, that was best case scenario because a lot of the projects from this business, it was the North American business, ended up getting picked up. There have been a couple other businesses that have come forward and basically said, hey, we're not running to exit or anything, but we are having cash flow problems. So like, please bear with us while we try to get things together. A couple of them have come through and they've managed to figure things out. Their shipping has been kind of like slow and things like that. But they've been okay. And then there's been a couple that have been like hella messy. Like they suddenly stopped updating on Discord. People weren't sure if they were definitely exit scamming or not. And that was like a whole thing. And just there's been a couple of like shady projects as well where people are using like buzzwords. Or maybe they produce the board, but it's not really good quality and it's not what people would normally pay for. But because we have some newbies in the hobby, they don't know the difference, right? Between what type of quality to look for, how much the price range is for things. It's just sort of what happens to a certain degree. And this isn't me making excuses, but this is kind of what happens when people who aren't, I guess we'll say, meant to do business are being allowed to do business. I'm not sure how else to put that. Okay, how do I put this together? Oh my gosh. I haven't put this type of stabilizer together in forever. I think it's this way. I think we put it in the front. Maybe? Yeah, okay. And then you snap it in. Okay, I got it. I figured it out. There's different types of stabilizers. People have been experimenting with what they think will be better in a board recently. So we've got some different types this time. I usually buy different stabilizers than this, so this is just a little new to me. All right, that was painless. Cool. We've also had a couple businesses just sort of like shut down after being in operation for a while. A keycap vendor or a keycap manufacturer, they're called SP Signature Plastics. They make a specific keyboard profile. So this is like the size and shape of a keycap. The profile that they make is called SA. That is what it is called. And it's usually characterized by big round shapes. Let's see. That one's a little rattly, like very tiny rattle. It looks like it's laying flat though. I literally cannot see any light on the sides or anything. So I can't tell. I'm gonna try to bend these just a little bit. See if I can get them straight. Or I guess to make less sound, that's what we'll say. So yeah, it's just been kind of a lot. That business didn't do anything shady. They just decided they weren't gonna do anything anymore, which is tragic because a lot of people enjoy that specific profile. That's basically it. Oh no, I made it worse. Oh no. Not me making it worse. Please. Oh God, I can see the shadow on this. That's crazy. I can see the shadow for how ridiculously high that is. Oh no. Ooh, just a tiny bit of rattle, just a tiny bit. So there's been a lot of that going on. There's been some small stuff too. There was, these are not necessarily scams or anything, but issues that were very famous. A guy called GionWorks, he actually has a YouTube channel. He manufactures really good boards. He had an issue with his manufacturer where they messed up the finishing. That means like how it's how the metal looks basically on the outside of the keyboard case. Basically there were a lot of scratches and stuff on the outside of the boards, and his boards are usually very well made and very expensive. The manufacturer would refuse to remake his boards for him, which sucks. And sometimes that does happen. Like the manufacturer that you work with, it honestly depends on what relationship you have with them and what you tell them your expected standards for the project are going to be. So basically, if they know you're expecting very high quality and you know that they can do very high quality, you might be able to get them to redo something that's not right. But if you choose the cheapest manufacturer possible, or you don't have a good relationship with them, basically they're going to take your money, and once you realize that something's wrong, they're going to say, yeah, well, if you want us to make more of these and make them better, you got to pay me more. Like, I don't think people realize that in this hobby, there's like a pipeline. I kind of talk to people a lot about this. I know we're getting into like the weeds of the hobby. But there's a business side to things, right? It's not just like people in their basement making stuff and then selling it to you. Like when you have an Etsy maker, if something's wrong, they can fix whatever's wrong then and there and like send you the new version, right? When you say an order, is this like over 100 boards or so? Yeah, usually we're talking hundreds of boards, which is very big so far as we are concerned, like people who are just living our daily lives. But in terms of business, those are very small numbers. So a lot of these manufacturers are making things for big businesses, right? Like there's a difference between how many a small keyboard project might order and how many Logitech might order, right? So like Logitech is a super huge company, and if they're making a board and selling a board, it's going to be in a million stores, right? A million different franchises. So they're ordering hundreds of thousands of boards in some cases, at least thousands of boards on small scale. So the issue that you have is when you're like making things and you're a keyboard person, you're basically coming to them with a small job and saying like, hey, can you make this for me? And they might say yes, because they want money, but you have to like actually be on them. Make sure you have a good relationship with them, make sure you're getting a good deal, know the cost of materials and stuff, right? So you can get a good deal so that when you price your stuff out, for people to buy, they can get the best price. It's crazy. I've had to learn a lot about this over the last few years, especially because so many things kept happening in the community about it. I think that a lot of people, and I mean, I knew that there was a distribution thing to begin with. I feel like it's really hard to have ever ordered like a Kickstarter or something like that and not kind of know how it works. It's always, right, the designer, whoever designed it, the vendor, whoever is like processing all the sales. And then you're dealing with the manufacturer who is like actually making it. So there's so many spaces and places where things can go wrong. And if you're a designer, right, it sucks because your vendor or whoever your manu is, if they're having problems separately that are affecting your project, a lot of the time, people will be looking at you like, well, you're the one who pitched this idea, right? So like, you need to fix this. And sometimes it's not that simple, And that's not to say people should be held accountable, but like, yelling at the guy who designed the board about a change that a manufacturer needs to make is almost never going to work out for you. There's only so much that they can do. Now, it's true they should be responsible and have the avenues, like in place so that they are not just stuck helplessly. But since a lot of these projects are headed by people who have never done this stuff before, sometimes it just gets really messy and it sucks. It's the same as when you're dealing with like a Kickstarter, someone who's like never run a successful Kickstarter before. That's why they tell you, you know, like, oh, this person has successfully funded and delivered, you know, XYZ number of projects, and they funded other people's projects and stuff like that. Because you're expecting that their experience is going to offset, you know, like the risk that they're taking with your freaking money. Like, basically. This stabilizer doesn't want to straighten. Why are we suffering? Please. Okay. Okay, that's good. That's good enough. I'll take it. I'll take it. So yeah, stuff over the last year has just been really messy. A lot of businesses are just now catching up from COVID delays, because there were so many projects during the pandemic. Like, there were literally like 10 to 20 projects launching every single month during the pandemic, because everyone was at home and people had the time to spare. So now that things have settled down, one, it's harder to make money on keyboards because it's not as big. People don't have as much time at home to build things. But also, on top of that, people just aren't as interested in keyboards. Like, for a lot of people, they got the keyboards they wanted during the pandemic, and for them, keyboards were just like a passing interest, right? They don't want to be in it for life. They're just like, oh man, cool. I got me a custom keyboard to use while I play games. I got what I wanted. I'm done. So all these businesses that opened up planning on, you know, like trying to get big money, you know, it's wild to order something and then be like, maybe I'll see this product in a year or two. Ask me how I know, man. I tweeted out, I think like either yesterday or the day before, that I got the round 2 for something that, so the way that we do things in the hobby, someone will launch a project. If it goes well and it's popular, they might release a round 2, right? So that's when they basically put in another manufacturer's order for the exact same product, and you can sign up to get it if you missed it the first time. So I signed up for an R2 of a project that started in 2021 and got delivered, I think, in 2023. But they did another round of it. And the second round, it's actually the keycaps that we're putting on this board, by the way, was delivered to me exactly when they said it was going to be. They said the turnaround would be a few months because they had already put in the order. Basically, it was a very popular set. People wanted it. They waited like a whole year to do it. And the TLDR is, I actually got that set on time when promised. And some of the sets that I ordered in 2020 still haven't been delivered. And it's not a scam or anything. The products exist. I've literally seen them. I've gotten updates about them because responsible vendors will give you updates, even if it's just to tell you, hey, we're in the queue waiting to be manufactured. Nothing's been done yet, right? So the product's getting made. I'm gonna get it. But I ordered it in 2020. It's wild looking at those order confirmation emails, fam, let me tell you. Fun fact, also, if you are looking at my spreadsheet, on every single board and switch that, actually, I think it's most of the items on there, I'm not gonna lie. Most of the items that are on there, I will tell you when I ordered it and when I received it, or if I still haven't received it. You can straight up look at it and I tell you on the form. Oh, that's perfect. So you'll know roughly how long, like I give you the month and the year. So you can see how long I've been waiting for a product. I try to keep track of these things. When I first got into the hobby, I definitely heard people saying like, yeah, you never know when you're gonna get something you ordered like a year ago. Sometimes it just feels like Christmas, except, you know, like you paid for it. And I was like, that's crazy. I can't do that. So I made a spreadsheet personally for myself, like outside of the one that I've linked you guys, where I have like all the exact details set for all of my boards. So I can look at like, when did they promise to get it to me? Were they able to make it? Did it make it on time? Some stuff did make it on time. Lots of stuff didn't though. Some stuff I actually knew what the delays were. Like they just said, hey, this factory definitely shut down for COVID related stuff. So they definitely can't get to it. And like a lot of the factories are in China. So sometimes they'll, you know, if they come up next in the manufacturing queue, but it's like Lunar New Year, then they're like, oh, well, you know, everything shut down for 2 weeks. So we'll get to things being completed after that holiday is over. You know, like good vendors will give you updates on things and at least let you know what's going on. But you know, not everybody's good at it. Yeah, I definitely waited 4 years for those caps, which is nuts. Luckily for me, I'm a very visual person. So a lot of the builds that I put together were based on how I wanted my boards to look and like what things were personally good looking to me. So as a result of that, I've been able to do pretty well in terms of not regretting sets that I've ordered. There are a lot of people that show up and they're like, man, I ordered this 2 years ago, but fuck this, man. I definitely don't want this shit anymore. I'd rather have another board. And I'm like, dang. And I mean, that's totally understandable. I'm just glad that that doesn't happen to me. I'm very specific about my aesthetics. Like, just to bring her back, this Tomo, I ended up waiting, I think, a year for it. Actually, let me pull it up and look. I'm actually gonna pull this up and look. Let's see. The Tomo, I purchased it in May of 2021 and I received it December of 2022. So more than a year later, like a year and a half later. But I had paired these keycaps together with this board. The hobby is not for everyone. Okay. So I feel like I'm fear mongering a little bit here. These ones are like really close. They're not 100% the same, but I really liked how this matched up. I like stars, if you can't tell by my motif and my themes. I like galaxy and star stuff, so this was just like I wanted it. Let me do some damage control, right? Like, not everything in the custom scene is a project that you have to fund in advance. The reaction that the community has had to rug pulls is what we call them, which is when like someone takes the money and run, or even just long wait times, right? Some of the manufacturing companies, the really big one, GMK, they bought extra machines for their factory in the hopes of speeding up production. It didn't help a whole lot, but they did actually do it. Also, some people who have money, I mean, we talking like the oil kings, the whales, you know, the big oil daddies, right? Who have projects. Some of them have basically manufactured a small batch using their own money so that they could sell an initial run of the board and like prove, hey, we've got in stock stuff. And if people like it, then we've built trust, right? And then we can run a bigger project. We've proved that we can produce the boards quickly. You don't have to wait very long for them. And there have been a lot of pre-built companies that have come out with like, oh, we know people don't want to wait a year to get their board and they don't need it to be completely custom. So what we're going to do instead is just make a pre-built board and we'll market that to people who want, you know, something that's not a normal Microsoft keyboard that they got with their computer, but don't want to wait a year. So the hobby has definitely developed to meet the demand. Not everybody is a hardcore, you know, like I want my shit custom. My theme has to, you know, like reflect me sort of thing. Some people just want something that's pretty, right? So as long as it expresses something visually that they like, they don't care if it's custom or not. So a lot of companies have come to have come to just sort of like create boards that aren't completely custom, but they look more special. So you don't have to deal with group buys. You don't have to order things in advance. You're not forced to do that. There are options for everybody. Okay, so let's see. I'm looking at, okay, so there's one stabilizer here. There's two. This is the second one for the spacebar. And it looks like there's one up here. I'm trying to like read this PCB, read it, so I can know how many I have. Because I have 4 stabilizers done right now. I might not need 4, okay. 1, 2. These are definitely stabilizers. 3. These right here. 4. Yeah, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I do actually need this last set. Whew. Things you learn over time. You can read a PCB now, right? Or at least some things. They labeled some things on the back too. That helps. But yeah, so it's been a time. So between like the scams, I touched on like the nature of the scams, but didn't list like every single business. And not all of them have been North American region either. There's been a Canadian vendor I mentioned. There's been a UK vendor also as well that had issues. And then all the VAT stuff that happened pretty much during the pandemic. So now like the UK needs separate vendors. Or not the UK, I'm sorry. The UK needs separate vendors from everyone else because they're not in the EU anymore. So they have to pay VAT, and that drives up the cost of things. Dang. I was hoping I would nail it on the first try. I did not. So there's been a lot of changes in general. On the upside, because of all of these issues, there's been lots of innovation. So like I said, reputable businesses have been putting out pre-built boards. So once you order it, you can actually get it. I try not to, like shill out on my page because no one's paying me. Businesses are not paying me to promote their businesses. But if anyone has questions about where they can get something, if you DM me on Twitter, we can talk about it. I'll list out some of the things that I know, places I know where you can get boards. There are a lot of reviewers on YouTube that order these boards and try them. You can see how they sound ahead of time. And since they're built in advance, you do not have to worry at all about making it yourself, tweaking it or anything. If there are issues, some people want like pre-builts that are customizable so they can learn without having to build it. Like maybe they want to take it apart when they have time, but not immediately. They want something they can use, There are a lot of options for people these days. You don't have to just be in the custom hobby putting your money at risk. It's just that's where I live. I live in the custom side where everything is like, yes, this person, you want this project because of how it looks. Let's see if it delivers. I do also want to say, and this is super duper important, I have built tens of boards, which may not seem like a lot, but for someone that, does not have even more than one board at home, right? They're just typing on the same like Logitech or Razer. That's a lot of boards. Almost every project that I've been a part of has actually delivered, and I haven't had any like really big issues. And some of the issues that I've had are like technical with the parts, sometimes by my own error. That's definitely true. There are a couple of builds, you can see them on YouTube, where like there's an acrylic board. I cracked one of the layers. It was totally an accident. I tried to brute force something in a way that I shouldn't have, and it did not turn out. The board still works, no issues. It's just I cracked it. It was a middle layer, so like acrylic is like layers of plastic that you stack on top of each other. Oh, that's good. That's pretty good. I'm rolling with it. And then there's other stuff like small issues, like if you don't plug in something right. Usually the pieces are pretty durable, usually. Unless you're talking about like tiny electronic components, then you want to be a little more careful. There's definitely been... I was trying to repair something that was already broken once. I definitely made it worse. I snapped part of it right off and had to order a completely different component and like put it on there. That was scary. Luckily for me, the thing I was looking for was easily available. I don't solder because of the place I live. It's like very small and cramped, and I have a cat, so I can't have like the fumes and stuff. But I didn't have to solder anything. I actually could just buy a new part and then just like screw it in, and it was fine. There aren't very many boards. I'd say it'd be a very small percentage of things I've had an issue with, and that includes delivery. Most people don't buy into as many projects as I have, though. So they probably wouldn't experience any issues. On the other hand, I've definitely seen on Discord or in forums people who are like, dang, this is the first project I've backed and there are issues and the guy is shady and no one's delivering and like, I don't know what to do. And I'm just like, oh no, I'm so sorry. So there's been a movement from big manufacturers who know people want like the custom feel, and they've been trying to deliver that. So those are always options. I will also say, man, there are a lot of people on Reddit who are like, let's just quit doing group buys at all. All this funding in advance stuff is crazy. I can't believe you guys would give your money to someone like that you don't know. And I had a debate back and forth with one of these people at some point where I basically said, hey, look, homie, I understand that this isn't for everyone. And I'm not saying that I think it is. But there's a reason why things are like this. If you have a small grassroots project, right? Not everyone can have a big box business manufacture their stuff for you. If it's a small project, you're going to have to get it done in like a grassroots sort of way. There's no other way to get around it, dude. Not everybody who designs a keyboard has thousands of dollars to have things made in advance so they can ship them out. Pretty nails? Yes. I'm going to be honest, guys. I keep my nails pretty for you guys. I know you have to look at them a lot while I'm building things. This is a little outside of my wheelhouse in terms of color. But can we talk about how sniff, my camera picks up the actual real color? It's the small things sometimes, just the tiny things. Okay, so we have done the stabilizers. I have these left over. So I'm gonna put these in this bag. I'm gonna have more left over when I do the other board because they probably come with the same stabilizers. This is approximately 1/2 of the work for this board. Thanks, Vesper. Thank you. Okay. Let me clean up my desk because it is a small desk. Small. Oh. Not me forgetting to screw the cap on. Alrighty. So now we're finally gonna get the board here. And get started. Let me make sure I get all the lube off of these brushes. We're gonna sit these back up here. I have not had to use my tweezers yet. Oh, I probably will. Oh no, I don't actually need screws this time. These are screwless stabilizers. That's crazy, you guys. Okay, here we go. Really quick, let me take this out of the box. I gotta be careful with the weight so I don't dox myself. Real quick, shot of the weight. Don't mind the bubbles. This is from the plastic wrap that's on there. All right, so let me take this off. I have a feeling that this was supposed to be here. I'm pretty sure that's where that was supposed to be, and it did not end up. It did not end up there. All right, well, We gotta take it off anyway, you feel me? So that's fine. We'll set this over here for now. We'll set this over here for now. I technically don't need this part quite yet, but I just want to prepare the board. Okay. So we're gonna work with this PCB. Now, the question that I have to ask myself is, so since we're building this baby tonight, how am I gonna build it? Now, when I ask this question, I mean, so the foams that we include, these, are for sound purposes. I have watched a couple videos of this, and I think everyone usually includes the board, like all of the foams, I'm sorry, all of the foams in here. So let's see. I'm thinking we'll probably put all the foams in here. See how it sounds? I'm using a carbon fiber plate, which is normally very sharp. So you know what? Yeah, I'll keep all the foams in here. So let's figure it out here. All right, so we're gonna start with the space bar. Ooh, whoops. Now, these do not have screws, which is very different from normal stabilizers. Instead, they have kind of like, actually, you know what? They have these little peg things right here at the end. So basically they squeeze closed. Let me get my tweezers so my big ass nails aren't in the way. So they squeeze like this to get into the slot. And then sometimes there's a like a pin. These are like little pins. Whoops. Yeah, these are like little pins that you put in the middle of that gap that appears right here to like lock it in place. So that's the system for these. Hopefully that makes sense. So to try to get this in here, I'm gonna squeeze this and then push it in. Hopefully that should do it. I don't use this type a lot. They're called clip-ins technically, but these are like very different from how clip-ins used to work, basically. I'm not sure else how to explain it. It's really difficult if you have never built a board or you didn't build a board years ago. But basically the mechanism for how they pop in was just very different. I don't know how else to say it. All right, so now you can see, oh my Lord, this camera focuses without me having to struggle. So you can see how these tabs poke up here. Like, there we go, right there. So basically I'm gonna make sure it's pushed all the way in, which it looks like it is. And then we're gonna take these tiny pins and stick them in there just to make sure that there's tension to keep it from wobbling. You want your stabilizers to be straight, for the tension to be there. All right. Okay, I'm trying to think of like other keyboard gossip because most of it has just been vendors doing weird, shady things, which is very unfortunate. There's been a lot of cool projects that have come out too, though. A lot more projects are being picked up by reputable vendors that have been here for a while. Do I need to? Can this even fit in here? I don't even know if these can fit, honestly. They're so tight on the plate. I'm not even sure if I could fit it in there if I want to. If I wanted to. That's gonna be tough. Let me fiddle with it a little bit and see if I can get it. If I can, I will put it in there. If I cannot, We may just be going without it. Because it looks flush. I don't see it. I'm just worried about if it'll actually stay in there without the fixtures. Some people will put them in there without them. I'm just concerned. I don't want these to rattle unnecessarily. Let's see. These tweezers are having a rough time gripping the material. Sorry, I would show it on stream if it were easy for me to... Oh, did I drop the piece? I sure did. Well, there are extras in here. I'm not gonna complain. Let me see if I can get it into... Oh, not the tweezers getting... Not the tweezers getting stuck with the piece. That's crazy. Hi, Val. Hi, how are you? Thank you for coming to visit. So we're in the middle of building a board. I don't want to overload your brain with all the information, so feel free to ask any questions. We're dealing with the inside components of the board right now before we get into anything else. I'm trying to see if I can fit this very tiny little piece into these other pieces, but I actually think I might not need to, so we'll see. Oh, well, there that goes. Okay. My guess is I don't actually have to put those in there. I think I'm just gonna put these right back in the bag and we're just gonna call it a day. Well, I'll put these in first and we'll see. Good, good, that's dope. Yeah, let me show you the board we're building really quick because I feel like that's the interesting part. The inside parts are not fun. So this is the keyboard that we are building. I have not named it yet. I have so many boards. I will show you one in just a moment, but this is a 70% board. Basically, that just means there's no F row. And we've got a little navigation cluster over here, your insert, delete, print screen, and then like page up, page down kind of thing. And then we have arrows here. And the back, we have this awesome mirror chrome weight. It still has the sticky peelies on it. Yeah, it still has the sticky peelies on it. So like ignore the bubbles, it's just the sticker. For an example of a completed board, really quick, I'll show off my baby Tomo. Eee. Well, this is just what I'm currently using, what's normally on my desk, what I've been using for work, all of those things. Yeah, Chromatica. The chrome is really pretty. That's why I got it. So at this point, we've lubricated all of our parts. This hobby is super sussy. Like, you're lubing things and sticking them into other things, making sure they move real smooth up and down. You love that shade of blue? Thank you. I also love that shade of blue. Okay, let's see. Can I get this in there? One side I got. Ooh, this other side's being a little difficult. Let's see if I can force it in there with my nail. Nope. Let's do a little squeeze, see if we can get it in there. Nope. I think if I squeeze it hard enough, it'll actually go in. I just don't want to force it in there too tightly because then it might snap or something. My nails are too smooth. All right, there we go. I felt it move a little bit. Yep, there we go. Got it in there. Now these look a little less tight than the other ones. I might be able to fit these in there. This is kind of rough. I know they gave me these extra pieces because it's supposed to help lock those in so that they're tight. But I may actually just not need to use them. Because like if it's too much of a struggle to get these in there, you can go without them. It really just depends on how much wiggle room you think the stabilizer is going to have. I don't think these are going to wiggle at all. They're in there too tight anyway. I think these are kind of like a just in case sort of thing. Yeah, that's not going in. That's not going in. And you can test it by kind of trying to wiggle it from side to side. It does wiggle a bit more than I like, honestly. I'm not a fan of the wiggle. Yeah, that's not great. That's not good. Maybe I should try to actually force that in. If you could design a completely new type of keyboard, ooh, new type. Oh, that's rough. Do you mean new like the aesthetic? Or do you mean new like the sizes and stuff that's included? Because I honestly feel like all of the sizes have already been done like to death, like to absolute death. I don't think I could introduce a new type if I tried. Sorry for the awkward camera angle. Since I'm working with my hands, I gotta hold it at an angle that will actually work to get this in there. So I'm not gonna lie. Before the 70%, so basically the type of board I'm building right now, came out, this is what I would have liked. In fact, I was so happy when the first of these boards actually were released because it was exactly what I wanted. I don't usually use Fro keys. I'm usually using my keyboards to type because, you know, I write like stories and crazy fan fiction and things like that. So that's pretty much what I wanted it for. Yeah, I don't think I can get that in there. I don't think it's gonna happen. If there is someone who can get these in there, it's definitely not me. I'll have to maybe watch a video afterwards and see if there's some trick that other people use to get these in there. But I don't think it's gonna be me. I think I'm gonna have to go without it. Cause like when I try to force it in there, the groove just isn't even, the groove is, it's literally not even thick enough for me to slot that in. So I think I'm done. I'm going to pray to the gods that I don't get that much rattle from side to side and call it a day. And we're gonna put the rest of them in. If I have any issues, I'll take this apart and rebuild it. I could also get some new stabilizers, so we'll see. Oh, okay. Did I actually get that in there? Ooh, almost. It's very close. New, like from scratch, it could have a common size. Okay, so like a theme. Nice job so far, though. I'm honestly doing my best. I try to show everyone. Even if you've built 100 keyboards before, you can still make mistakes. You can still learn. It is not a bad thing to have to look things up. They give you build guides for these projects for a reason. And it is super important for you to use them. Use whatever tools are at your disposal. Learn from each mistake and then do better next time. That's the best we can do, right? So if I could build a board from scratch, I would want it to be a 70%. So similar to what this is, right? So you have the alphas, you have your number row, and then there's a separate piece. Oh, my parts are everywhere. There's a separate piece for the navigation cluster. Do I have it? It's in the box. This is the separate piece that goes on the side. So that layout would work really well for me. I think that I would try to have I don't know, like designing is really tough. I would probably want something with a star motif because I'm really into like stars and space and stuff like that. Maybe like a full chrome type of board. So that would be kind of expensive though. And And I would have like a small minimal weight that's carved into it. I don't like really huge weights. I mean, like they're fine, but I prefer kind of like elegance. So maybe like a mirror weight, like just straight up mirror silver. Literally you're looking at it and you can like do your makeup in that bitch. Like that would be cool. Not that I would actually do my makeup in the reflection of a board, but it would be cool if I could. In terms of the design, I'd probably go for standard height. I don't really need anything other than that. I think mostly it would just be the engraving that's special. Like I would put my logo on it or my logo plus like a constellation of stars maybe. There have been star themed boards though, so it wouldn't be anything new. I think I would have a hard time expressing something that hasn't been done already. Cause like I have a lot of boards. A lot of the boards that I feel represent me, I bought specifically because I feel like they do. Hey Flamin', how you doing? We're in the middle of building the board. The hardest part is almost over. We are literally about to start putting switches in bitches. And this is gonna be a really quick build. So like after we put the switches in, switches and keycaps are basically this entire build, and that's pretty much it, honestly. All right, so stabilizers, we're basically done with the halfway point. So we're gonna set this aside. And, well, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe we won't set this aside. I have to put the switches in. I can probably do that. I don't have to put the plate on separately. I think we'll be fine. So that's a piece of foam that's supposed to help with the sound. It's supposed to regulate the sound. I think that is how this is supposed to be positioned. So let me get my switches. And the second portion here. Love your PNG, by the way. Is it new? This is. This is. I definitely just showed this off today. This isn't a debut, it's a comeback. But this is like my in-between form. Human skin is just like, oh my gosh, I don't know how you guys do it sometimes. It's so restricting. Human bodies are weird, man. All right, so these are the two parts. Ooh, finders keepers, sort she's a thief. You got a burden of proof is on the prosecution. You gotta prove she stole it. What do you mean? How do I know that you're not just, you know, being mean? Y'all got kids together and stuff, I heard, you know, when I was on your stream, Flamin'. So I don't know. Maybe you got ulterior motives. I think you have ulterior motives. I'm just saying. Human bodies are weird. That's why I have body pain. Truth. Mortal forms are so high maintenance. You guys, like, I mean, luckily, being a fae, I can sustain myself on names. You feel me? And I'm glad for that. But even the extra things, the brain things, the body things that aren't food, there's so much going on. It's like, why? It's almost like you're a slave to your bodies. Your body should be working for you, not the other way around. But to be fair, us fae are basically made for our function. Our forms support our function. So I guess humans are, you know, that's one of those things. Not just humans, but mortals in general. One of those things that make you guys so interesting. I'm taking Flamingo to the vet since he refuses to see a dentist for his toothaches. Oh my gosh, yeah. Tooth stuff is always really bad too. It can affect the rest of your body. Yeah, like that's crazy. The kids are there for money. That's right, get them, fam. That's crazy. That's mad out of pocket. I mean, sometimes it's true the kids aren't there for the money, but you know, you shouldn't say that. You can't say that out loud. Okay. So I want to say first, before we get into putting the switches in case some people don't know what switches are, this is a switch. This is what goes underneath the keycaps when you are typing. It's the part that presses up and down. That is the actual part you're pressing on. There are fancy hobby things you can do with these too. You can actually open them up and see what's on the inside of them. You can tweak them. You can replace parts in them to get a certain feel. Persona 4 board went. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me, because I've been wanting to find a good red board for a while specifically. Don't be like this. Don't be like this. I actually have a very pagan themed board on the way. It's in production right now, but I'm hoping that I'll get it in the next month or so. Don't make me get Persona stickers to put on there, for real, because I will, Vesper, for real. Don't be like this. I've also got a couple of, if I saw the right blue for like the Velvet Room, you have me as a friend, the temptation is automatic. This is a mutual thing. I'm also a bad influence. Okay, I think I have one more package of switches. Fun fact about these switches, a cool guy from the keyboard community actually made these. That is why this man's logo, his face is on the bag. His name is Glarses. It's supposed to be spelled like the British pronunciation of glasses. Now that I've poured these out, you can properly see his face. He has a YouTube channel. His keyboard content is hilarious. He tries to like combine keyboard content with like online memes and stuff. Actually great. If you don't like just sitting and like listening to people type on a board for click clack stuff, like if you want something more fun and ridiculous, his content, that's your jam. That's your shit. Okay. Now we're just gonna put these in here. There's nothing fun. There's no magic about this. Literally, you are just putting this shit in here. Which hole do I put these in? I believe it is this one here on the right. Oh, good Lord. They don't have marked holes for the... Oh God, am I doing it upside down? I am. I'm doing it fucking upside down. Jesus Christ. This is the only one that's probably gonna go like this, is the issue. That's why I put it upside down. I promise, I've built keyboards before, I promise. Did that go in correctly? I don't like that. That seems like it didn't. Let me check. Let me check and see. I feel like it didn't. I feel like a pin, it got bent. Oh, it didn't. I did actually put it in correctly. Okay, listen, I'm not gonna complain. I did it. Fun fact, when you put these in, you are supposed to hold the, this is like the hot swap socket. You hold it in the back when you push in. That way you can make sure everything's doing what it's supposed to do. Is that just like on the side? I really can't see that pin. It's so rough. So like on the underside, let's see if I can get this to focus. This is a really good camera, so you can kind of see the pin at least on this side. So there's usually these holes here, right, that have like this metal sheet on both sides. So the idea is that the metal pin that's on the bottom of the switch here, let's see, can we get some light? I'm like 2 in the, yeah. So these metal pins here have to, can you focus? Can you focus, camera? Camera, please. Please focus. Yeah, so these metal pins here are supposed to slide into the socket. And that's what makes like the electric connection that activates the switch. So this is an empty socket, and this is a socket that's full. You can kind of see the metal sticking up there just a little bit. When you've put together enough boards, you kind of have like an eye for it, basically. Until then, you just sort of have to figure it out, I guess. Okay, so since I have the 7U, I believe it's this socket and this socket. Is everything in this row upside down? Yeah, it is. Okay. Everything in this row is upside down because of, I decided to do a long space bar for this. Can we get this in there? I gotta make sure it's aligned right or I'm gonna fuck it up. I can feel the socket. I literally can feel it. I'm just gonna lift it up and look. This is annoying. Let me lift this up real quick so I can see it. Yeah, okay. This was annoying. I don't know why I was struggling like with this so hard. Oh, can we get in there? I see you in the socket. Why are we struggling? We bending and stuff already? That's crazy. Not this. I get guests in my stream for the first time. I haven't streamed in 4 months, and then this is when like a keyboard wants to act up on me. This is egregious. It's disrespectful. I'm not a fan. Not even the stabilizer's acting good for me, and then the switch is being weird. Let's not be like this. The problem is they didn't punch holes into the, they did not punch holes into the foam here for you to see where the switch pads are. And because they didn't, it's a rough time actually seeing it. Most places will actually punch holes in it so you can kind of see where it's supposed to go. But that's not what's happening this time. Can we... Okay, there we go. Finally, I got it. That was crazy. Now we got to do it all over again. That's nuts. Okay. For a second, I asked myself, I had like war flashbacks. I was like, okay, but wait, in the corner is usually the arrow keys. Where did the arrow keys go? It's because it's on a completely different section of the PCB. It goes over here. Dead King! Hello, hello! Hi, how are you? How are you? I'm looking a little different today, as you can see. Okay, let's see. Can we get this in there without fussing? I see, no, we just gonna have a time. We just gonna have a time on this entire plate. Why are we like this? Oh God. Oh God, I forgot the plate. Ah! No wonder why I'm struggling so hard. I probably wouldn't struggle if I actually had the plate on to keep everything aligned. Why am I like this? Y'all, why am I like this? That's crazy. I need the foam on here and I need the actual... Yes, I promise I've put together keyboards before, I promise. It doesn't look like it, but I promise I have. Left off the whole plate. I was just gonna do a playlist hot swap builds. Oh my God. For anyone who doesn't know what those words mean. Oh, I thought you were just gonna play. You know, I have done plateless hot swap before. I did it with the Class 65 and it actually wasn't that bad. I ended up using a plate anyway because I like the sound just a tad better. No, I just haven't streamed in 4 months and also I'm nervous. That's all. Plateless isn't a bad idea. Maybe I'll do it with the second Neo70, but no. I'm actually just struggling. Instigator, I've seen you in other keyboard streams. I'm so embarrassed. Oh no. Oh no. I am just here trying to be alive. Yeah. Oh. I am actually here just trying to live. Okay. Oh, this supports split backspace. That's actually really cool. Good for them. I feel like that's bending. That's bending. All right, let's move it back. Let's readjust. Yeah, Monka is. We're out here, you know. Doing our best. That's all we can do. This is supposed to be like the easiest build known to man, so I guess this is when I decide to fuck up. For anyone asking, I just prefer to... Can we play, please? Carbon fiber, please. I prefer to just hold the back. I know some people, when they put things together, what they do is they'll just put it down like on the desk and then just like push it in. I just don't like doing that. I'm not gonna hold you up. I just don't like doing that. It always feels weird. I always feel like I'm gonna push out the socket. I'm not a big fan. I'd rather just support it from the bottom with my hand so I know exactly how it is. No weird static issues or anything like that. New look about you, always gorgeous though. Thank you. I'm doing good. Hope you've been well. I'll be lurking because I'm at work. Yes, please don't let them work you too hard. And thank you for lurking. I appreciate you showing up. Playlist hot swap be fine. Just might be iffy if you pull the key. Yeah, that's the biggest issue that I had when I was doing the class 65. And I mean, it was fine. I didn't have any real issue with it. My goal is, I don't know. I have so many keyboards at this point that I don't really tend to swap my boards very often. So I've just accepted that when I make a decision on what a board's gonna be like, it just is that. I'm a crazy keyboard lady. I name all my boards. That pin is bent. I can unbend it, but I'll do it later. So yeah, I don't know. I like giving my keyboards personalities. And I just decide what they're gonna look like, and then they're stuck that way. Yeah. Oh no, why? That's not correct. I definitely edited that earlier. This is not gonna be my Meekline board. I'm frustrated. Let's see. I think... Oh, I know what happens. I'm a noob and I haven't streamed in a while, so I have a today command. If you hit the today command, it should show you what we're actually doing today. Because this is clearly a Neo70. I think I edited my build command and not my today commands. Let's see. Does it say? Yep, okay, so the today command is derivative from the... I'm sorry, the build command is derivative from the keyboard command. I have it in the wrong order. Oh my God, so embarrassing. I'm gonna fix it though. We're just gonna do it live. Let's look at the today. This is not the first time this has happened, of course, because I always forget. Today, yep, that's exactly what it is. Edited the wrong one, for shame. For shame. Alrighty, here we go. Some people apparently come to the stream even when I'm not here and do the commands, so I gotta make sure they're updated. Can we just paste? Yeah, there we go. Fixed. Sorry. All right. If you do it again, this is a 70, this is a Neo70, and we're putting Vaporwave R2 on here. Yep, there you go. You try so hard to avoid the scuff and then it never freaking happens. Oh well. We're here, we're building, that's what's most important. Did you shave the stems? I did not shave the stems. I did not get my stem shaver in time. Is it a super huge problem? Because I have heard it's a problem sometimes, but I don't know how big, like, is it like a, yeah, it's definitely gonna ruin everything forever? What I'll probably do is put the keycaps on, wait till I get the stem shaver, and then I'll just take them off and shave it and just leave it like that. Assuming I can get them on there, of course. Now you got me worried. I feel like I should check. I looked on Reddit and a couple people said they didn't have that many issues with it. Mostly the issue was constantly moving and removing caps, which I don't plan on doing. So hopefully I'll survive. Hopefully this board will also survive. No, but you might want to be careful when pulling caps. Yeah, okay. I've got a couple different removers. Some that I trust a little more than others so far as like keycaps goes. Some that I've like kind of adjusted to my personal needs. So we'll try to figure that out. Did I? Oh, that's for ISO. How did they? Oh, I see. Okay, for ANSI. They're both on the side. I see. I got you. It's for compatibility stuff. Let's see if we can get that in there. It should be this way. Nope. Is it not that way? Oh, no, it sure isn't. It's the other way. I was wondering. I was like, this doesn't feel like it's going in. There we go. Much easier. There's going to be a good likelihood that you might pull off the switches or rip the top housings off trying to get the caps off. Okay. So pretty much once I get the shaver, definitely make that a priority. I will attempt to do that. Thank you for letting me know. Because like when I went to Reddit and I was looking at stuff, they were like, I don't think you have to worry about them with the Glarses switches. And I was like, oh, cool. I don't have to worry about it. That's not correct. Is this another one to the side, maybe? Yeah, it is. And it's the opposite side, too. I see. They really Tetris this thing together to try to get all of the compatibility they could get out of this. I'm not knocking it. Is it going in? It sure isn't. Let's see. I want to be real careful. There we go. We got it. The top housings I'm more concerned about, I will say, than the switches themselves. If the switches come out wholesale, then I can deal with it as long as I'm pulling straight up. That's not a problem. If the top housings come off, though, well, man, we'll see. Yeah, there we go. Man. I was talking earlier about some keyboard gossip. So a lot of the people here in my chat are usually just here for some of my other streams because I don't only do keyboard streams. So I was explaining to them the issues with like Mechs & Co. and I didn't mention them by name, but Qwertykeys, and just letting them know that there is also keyboard controversy in addition to like weird VTuber stuff. Old ergo clear stems have on occasion cracked GMK stems. Ooh. So I'd also be careful putting them on and not pushing some. Yes, that is exactly why I try really hard to be careful when I put them in. I usually back it with my own hand because I can control the pressure. I feel like if I just put it on the desk and then push down, I don't have as much control over the pressure. So my preference is always to just push them in myself because I can feel the tension better. Oh yeah, yeah, it's just been a lot. I know that a lot of, you know, the bigger content creators are kind of like aligned with certain businesses and things. So there's only so much they can say. But I was a Mexico victim, so definitely speaking from experience there. 4 projects. I was able to get most of them. Unfortunately, the one I wasn't able to get was the biggest one. The X70. I did not make the novel keys deadline. I missed it by 1 day. So I'm just SOL on that board. Okay. So this one is... It should be on the top. It should be on the top. Is it on the top? Oh, maybe not. I can feel it. I feel it. What is going on there, I wonder? Oh. There we go. All right. Yeah, just try to be careful with these because I have had a couple of things I've had to shave down like 1 or 2 switches, but not, usually it's the anchors at the bottom that I have to shave off and not the stems. So I'm familiar with modding just a little bit, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm really hoping that I just get it right the first time so I don't have to worry about shaving them down immediately. So, Instigator, especially because I've seen you hanging out in some other streams, I am interested in knowing what currently has you interested or what has caught your eye. And if it's nothing, tell me about a board that you really like. It could be one you own or one you just admire. I am interested. Oh, goodness. I tell you what, even the kind of force that it takes to put these in here does not compare at all to when I put my Aru TKL together. I got some carrot cake lip gloss last time I went out. I assume it tastes like carrot cake. I'm not a big fan of carrot cake, but I recently had some I really liked, actually. Before I lose my thought, my Aru TKL has a 4mm brass plate, and my fingers basically died. Trying to put that in because that was crazy. Aru, and wow, you've been around for, yeah, I have been around for a sec. I have only been streaming for a little while, but I have in fact been around. The Aru was my first big keyboard purchase because I love Egyptian themed things. I'm glad brass is pretty much so that is what I have heard. And I will say, when I bought the Aru, it was, first of all, it was so expensive. I think I have a FR4 plate that goes with it, but I didn't like how it sounded. The Aru wasn't perfect, so I'm pretty sure that has more to do with the board than the brass plate itself. But I have another board with a brass plate. It's a 45%. It's the D45 from KBD fans. I managed to tweak it to get it the way I wanted it to sound, but it was a struggle. So let me tell you, I'm also glad that brass is pretty much gone. When I first got in here, I was like, I want to try everything. I want to like see brass is like what everybody's saying is hot. And then when I got it, I was like, I see the appeal, but I also don't think it's 100% for me. Val, that's your fave cake? Exactly like a carrot cake. This was made by a lover of carrot cake. Oh, that's so nice. What I found is the key to good carrot cake is like, it has to be moist. You know what I mean? Like if you have anything that's like slightly dry, it ruins the texture almost ruins the taste for carrot cake, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Instigator, do you happen to have a board with brass? Do you have any boards with brass that you like? Or did you just jump ship like as soon as it was available, starting to be available to just like not even bother? For those of you who are not keyboard heads, personally not on the lookout for much, but there's a good amount of interesting things upcoming. Yeah. I feel like I feel like I got struck by the awe factor of keyboards. For any of the people in here who are not keyboard heads, brass has a very specific sound. It's kind of, I can't even say like high pitched because it's not quite that. It's very metal. Like it's really difficult not to hear brass when you're using brass. Like it's hard to describe. I guess if you put enough foam in it, you can like mask it, but generally it's gonna sound like brass. Like it's gonna sound like you are typing on metal. Man, I'm craving a carrot cake. In terms of projects that are coming up, I feel like the last couple years have been really good. I'm getting a Haven TKL. I have a duality on the way. I feel like there's been a couple of really interesting designs pretty much through each quarter of last year. Now, I mean, design is one thing, quality is another, but I'm huge on aesthetics. I try to keep all three components balanced, right? Like sound, feel, aesthetics, but as the crazy keyboard lady that names all my boards, I do enjoy looks that imply personality. And I have to be happy with basically what I have now because like I've spent so much money on this hobby, my wallet is crying. I spent all of my pandemic money and then some extra probably that I shouldn't have on top of it. I think the only thing I'm gonna spring for the first half of this year, besides these Neos, because these Neos are pretty cheap to pick up, honestly. And I really love 70%. Duality, yeah. Man, I got the Raven edition. I'm so excited. It's all black, red. Amazing, lovely. There's some drama with the duality, unfortunately, but I'm looking forward to the board. Because the Savus stuff is, I mean, when isn't there drama? Bez, to explain, because I know you enjoy keyboard tea. Long story short, the artist who worked on another project and did art for it, basically got art under false pretenses from someone who was working on another project, and then had some prototypes of a project that they were working on made, and then sold them even though they didn't have permission to use the art to sell. So that's not great. The pen is bent a little. I'm personal friends with Hellheim. Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. I will say it seems pretty dodgy to me. I feel like the situation is clear cut personally. I feel like if it was for personal use, I feel like that was very clearly defined. And he should have just asked for permission first. Those are my personal thoughts. But, you know, I understand that there are varied opinions out there, but I feel like it's cut and dry. Personally. You don't have to say anything, though. Oh, that's not going. Is it too forward? Let's wiggle it a little bit. There we go. Could have asked yes, but also could have not lied multiple. I agree. I saw the logs. The dude who sold the prototype with the art, which was basically stolen, definitely lied about it for sure. That is important context, especially for Bez. This is basically the only stream where certain people get the keyboard tea or whatever. I don't want to make the community seem like it's just a bunch of drama all the time. It's not, but you know, drama is just very loud when it happens. Yeah, maybe just say, yeah, I sold the board. I didn't think it was going to be a big deal. Sorry. And then like maybe just give him the proceeds from the board. Just give him the whole thing. Or pay him what he was asking for, you know? Yikes. The whole thing is pay artists, man. Pay artists. Don't use artists for free art. How about that? Exactly. Smooth sailing for the most part, but when drama happens, yeah, everyone's a buzz. Yeah, yeah. It sucks because like I've been in the hobby for almost half a decade at this point, which is weird to say because I still feel like a noob, I'm not gonna lie. I've definitely put together a lot of boards, but I'm not a professional or anything, so I still feel like a noob. But it's just, things have changed in good and bad ways. And now it's me looking at new folks coming in with different opinions on things. Like I was mentioning earlier, people want to do away with group buys. I'm not sure if I agree with that. Everyone can have their opinion, of course. But I think it's fairly obvious why group buys are a thing. They need to be managed better, of course. They need to be vetted better, of course. But I don't think that means... I don't think that means they... Yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly. As big as people think this hobby is, it's still tiny. Yeah, I agree. A few hundred units might seem like a lot to an individual person, but when you compare it to manufacturing demand, it just doesn't work. I'm not a business person or anything by any means. However, I know the basics of how some things work. They gave me dumbbells and an O-ring. I think I'm gonna use the dumbbells. Is this? Yes. Thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. I am Luminous Peak, a friendly neighborhood fae. Friendly neighborhood fae tuber, and we're building the Neo70 today. Now, if I had looked at the build guide in advance, I would... These are just standoffs, right? Okay, they're just standoffs. At first, I was like, what are these for? But they are actually just standoffs. Okay. Now, the real question is, what direction do these go in? My guess is they go pin down. Pin down is my guess. I definitely watched a build of this. I've just forgotten because it's been a while. I've been away from streaming for a bit. Omni! Oh my gosh! Always love finding more keyboard streamers. Thank you. Me too. Me too. Oh, ASMR and chilled. Oh my gosh. Hello. Yes, so in case anyone here is super new, I've been in Omni's chat before. I've been to a couple of his streams. Hi, my name is Luminous Peak, your friendly neighborhood fae tuber. I build keyboards and sometimes I do bedtime streams. We play a few games over here. We play a few games over here too. But today we are building a keyboard. In case you've ever wanted to know what the inside of a custom keyboard is like, these are the guts, the meat and potatoes of a custom, at least. Most commercial boards are being made this way too, though. It's affected the climate quite a bit. I am praying. Hello, Dead Potato King. How are you? Hi, Raiders. Omni, thank you so much for sharing your community with me. I appreciate it. I know you've been streaming for a while. I saw when you went live. So I appreciate everyone coming to visit. If you are interested in keyboard and keyboard accessories, this is your spot. As soon as I get this gasket in, I'm gonna show off at least one of my boards. I feel like when people come in, that's what they want, right? What they want is to like see a completed board and not just the process of building. I didn't though. Meat and potatoes, love to hear it. Yes. Really quick. Oh gosh, I have so many boards. I'll show you this one at first and then I'll go grab a couple other ones in case anybody wants to take a look. Hang on, let's see. Got dumbbell gaskets all over the place. This is one of my completed boards. Her name is Tomoyo. I know that seems cheesy because she is literally called a Tomo. It is on the weight. Also, very interesting form you've taken. Yes, yes, yes. I've changed just a little bit. Not a re-debut, just a welcome back to streaming since I was on hiatus for a little while. Let me double check to see. Are my filters on? They are. All right, so let's put the mic down real quick. A little rattly. I gotta tune up that space bar. Yeah, you love the sound? I also love the sound. Actually, let me see. Let me grab another board. I'll be right back. I'll grab another board to show off to you guys since you are so lovely and you brought everybody here. Let's see. All right, here we go. Oof. Gotta make sure I'm not putting this literally on top of the dumbbells. Was that Deep Navy? No, it was GMK Stargaze. So that was GMK Stargaze, which took so long to get, but was worth it. And this one is the capsule. This has a deeper sound. Oof. So this is the capsule, and then I have one more I'll show you guys. The room's gonna be covered in keyboards before long. This one is the AV4. This is a different shape than normal. This is based on an Alice layout. So it's got this split thing happening here. Split space bar as well. Yeah, so I deal in, I mean, some keyboards and keyboards accessories. A few. The occasional custom, I say. That's an understatement. Love Ergo, but can't do AV4. I need my double B. Okay, so for the meme, I'm just gonna say I type properly with the B on the left side like it is supposed to be. No, but seriously, I was able to type with it, so I got it. Also, this keycap set is based on the Dark Souls series, Ivy Ashes. This whole board is actually themed on that. You can see the artisan over here, which is like the bonfire. I got an Arisu and it forced me to type B the right way. Yeah, I didn't have the problem to begin with, but I've had to course correct a couple things. My touch typing's improved a lot since I started getting into customs, because like how could it not? All right, I'm too lazy to put those back in their cases, so I guess we're just gonna have a room filled with boards. I have quite a few keyboards, besides these, I know that's so many keyboards. That's way too many keyboards. No one should have that many, but I do. If you are interested in, no, it's not already. If you're interested in just seeing some pretty pictures of boards that I have, you can hit exclamation point spreadsheet. I believe it's singular, spreadsheet, with just the T at the end. And that's not even supposed to go there. Jesus Christ. And basically it shows you a whole list of everything that I have. If you aren't into like technical keyboard stuff, you can just look at the pretty pictures. There's an option for you to just look at graphics, but the information about those boards is in there as well. And so if you're a technical person, you can just look and see, here's all the specs, here's what's in it, here's the name of the board, because I'm a crazy keyboard lady and I name my boards. Or you can just stare at all the pretty pictures. Whatever works for you. I've noticed that a lot of people have been curious about boards, or they like looking at like the aesthetic of boards, even if they're not that heavy into them. So hopefully the one-stop shop will do it for you if you're curious. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Oh, how many boards do you have? That's a good question. Like 35, 30? I mean, if we're including the ones that haven't been delivered yet, maybe 30? Something like that? Maybe 28, because I've given some away. Some of them have become gifts. I got other people addicted to the to the hobby, so maybe. Plead the fifth. So if you ask me how much I've spent, then I actually will have to plead the fifth. I cannot tell you that. That's crazy. I am embarrassed. Okay. I think that's how it's supposed to go in. I'm so scared that I put the dumbbells in backwards. I'm actually gonna look it up just to make sure I'm not a crazy person. I'm so sure that I put them in the correct way, but I feel like as soon as I look it up, someone else's guide is gonna be like, yeah, you put it with the peg up, and then I'll just be ruined. Well, now I feel well adjusted. I only have like 22 or so boards. Oh Lord. Your honor, she's gone. Listen. I like pretty things. See, there you go. Bess has the right idea. There are worse vices than keyboard collecting. There sure are. I talked to Mama Luminous about this. She said at least it's not drugs. So I feel like I got a pass. I feel like if your mama says like at least it's not drugs, then like you're doing pretty well. You feel me? Like it could be worse. It could be worse. Yeah, keyboards are forever. I was just about to say that. I hope they're forever. I don't know. I have relatives that have asked me, so when they find out how many boards I have, or even close to how many boards I have, the response has been, so you build them and sell them, right? And I just am like, gasp. What do you mean I sell my babies? I mean, like if I was in dire straits and I absolutely needed money, I could like, shuck them off on Reddit or in a Discord or something, but these are my babies. They're my babies. I don't talk to my parents about how many I have. They gradually see my collection grow. Everyone asks me that too. Yeah. At least it's not drugs. Those get used. Yeah, it's true. It's true. On that level, no, this is very much better alternative. Yeah, so yes, I agree. Yes. I will say I am a cigar gal. But not drugs though. That's, not saying that people, like we're 18 plus in here, but, it could be worse. It could be worse. It could be worse. There are worse things. Okay. I am literally looking. I'm literally looking right now, making sure that I put the dumbbells on in the correct fashion. I definitely put them on this anyway. I'm so sure I did it right. I really am. But I'd rather be safe than sorry. What's your go-to cigar? Okay. It's true. I could be hooked on gambling. I am not. I am not a gambler. I'm definitely the opposite of whatever a gambler is. Not to say that I wouldn't, like if I had some, like a limited amount of playing around money. I've been to Vegas once. I set aside a specific amount, and was like, we can have fun with this. I'm willing to lose this much. And then that was it. So I'm not a gambling person. It's just, I can't do it. I can't do that. My go-to cigar is, oh wait, Oh, did I put them in right? I did. All right, here we go. That's all I needed, confirmation. My go-to cigar. Okay, so I have, it depends, right? So I have like, I'm just going to the store, I'm just picking something up, and that's very different than like a sit and savor cigar. So if I'm just picking something up to have fun, I enjoy the Tatiana Groovy Blue. I like sweet things. I know that's not, you know, like super sophisticated or whatever. I get told, of course you like sweet things, you're a woman, like all the time. But I just love that taste. That's just what I like. In terms of what if I want to sit and savor something, I really like the Tabernacle by David. That's my go-to. That's like my solid. If I were to introduce someone to cigars, like for the first time, I wouldn't give them the Groovy Blue because that's just my flavor preference. I would give them the Tabernacle by David. It's got this really smooth, I don't even know how to put it. It's got a very smooth type of taste. It's a mild flavor, so it's not like super spicy. But it's good. It's good. I prefer mild cigars, but I don't hate Nicaraguan, you know, or spicy things. It's just my flavor preference is just mild. Okay, I think these are actually on. And that's actually most of the build. Like, I'm not gonna hold y'all up. Like, this is most of it right here. They made this so that the building was super simple. You don't have to do a whole lot. I think this is in there. Yeah, that's good. All right, so now we're gonna put Vaporwave R2 on here. Let me grab the box. All right, here we go. I don't know why I made that noise like it was difficult to get the box. I just had to stretch really far. Let me tell you, the biggest workout I've ever had is picking up the Heracles 80. I have a Heracles 80. It weighs literally as much as a baby. It weighs a full baby. It is a baby weight. That is the comparable weight. I don't know if anybody's seen that post on Twitter about like if you can pick up a baby, you can wield a sword. If you can pick up a baby, then maybe you can pick up that keyboard. It's hefty too, though. It's a TKO. I love me a heavy keyboard. I'm not sold on them. I got the Heracles because the weight is what's going on. Like that shit is immaculate in terms of the theme. But I'm not sure if I like a heavy board though. These cigars have cool names. They do though. They do. Let me tell you, as a casual enjoyer of cigars, the names are part of the fun. I'm not gonna hold you up. Sometimes I'll look and I'm just like, who came up with this? Who decided this was gonna be a thing? Keep my eye out for the Tabernacle. That looks like yes. It is pretty good. I feel like if you are into mild cigars, because some people don't like them, you would definitely love it. It's literally my number one. I don't think I've tasted anything. Oh, good Lord. Yeah, that's that MX scratch. Oh no. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. I definitely wanted to try these and I knew they were gonna have the scratch, but my God, is the scratchiness scratching. Oh my God. Hang on, let me find an arrow key. I'm gonna put one of the arrow keys on so you guys can, I'm hoping you'll hear the scratch because Jesus Christ, like, oh God, okay. Let me just, okay. This ain't it. the MX scratch. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna turn the mic sensitivity up just a little bit. I don't know how much of that is coming through, but it's very scratchy. Please believe me if you can't hear it. There's definitely a scratch on that for sure. I usually have to go with heard what you mean. It's like friction for non-keyboard enjoyers. It's like hard friction. There's like usually keycaps do not sound, or I'm sorry, switches don't normally sound like that. I feel like if you're not trained to hear it, or if you've never heard it before. yeah, it's like the hard friction. And that's characteristic of these. There's nothing wrong with these switches. I just want to say this is what they are supposed to sound like. Some people say it gives character. I don't know though. Is it on too tight? No, it is not. It is a feature, not a bug. It is actually just like this. This is what it sounds like. I did put all the foams in here. I could take the foam out. Your nails don't match the keep. Hi, Karisu. No, it does not. See, now I'm thinking about if I want to take the foam out. This would be the time to do it before I put all the keycaps on too. I'm thinking about it. What I thought was that the sound would be too harsh on the CF plate. Because usually carbon fiber is a stiffer material. It's an odd choice, but all right. Nah, it's just cherry switches. Yeah, cherry scratch. I'm sorry, I said MX, but I meant cherry. It is cherry scratch specifically. MX is like the type of the stem. My brain always forgets. I just swap them. Cherry scratch, yes, for sure. I'm trying to decide, do I want this board to have this character? You know what? I think I'm gonna roll with it. I think I am. I'm not gonna say all my boards are clacky, but I enjoy a clacky sound. I have so many boards with a clacky sound. I had some, what are they called? Hyperglides. And the scratch for me was too much on that, and I couldn't do it on the board I wanted it to be on because it just didn't feel right with the aesthetic of the board and the personality I was feeling for the board and everything. But I think this is okay. Even with the foam. I think this is just gonna be a board that sounds like this. And I don't hate it. Yeah, okay. I'm rolling with it. Executive decision. Hello. Oh my gosh, I'm getting so many visitors today. I feel so special. You guys are like so sweet. Listen, you don't understand. When you haven't streamed for like, I'm not out here sponsored or anything, making money or anything. But when you haven't done anything in a while, it's very easy for people to, like forget you exist online. I'm feeling very touched that you guys are here and visiting and sharing me with your peeps. I really appreciate it. Instigator, you being in my chat, I know it's like I just see you around all the time, but it still feels really good to have you here. Thank you very much for visiting. Schmore. The only cherry switches I put into a board were ergo clears, and that's when I truly understood the scratch. Hi TV16-bit, hello. I've been all over Twitch, but I did know you were streaming. Yeah, Twitch is like that. This is how Twitch has been. Okay. Please don't be like me. Using metal tipped tweezers with your keycaps to get them out of the box, not a good idea. I am just reckless. I am a reckless hoe. That is just what I am. Do what I say, not what I do. Is there a dark colored escape? Escape? There is not a dark colored escape, at least not that I can see. Nope, all right. Well, we're here. Happy I made it. Yeah, you made it towards the end too. If I wasn't yapping so much, this probably wouldn't have taken as long to build, but I've been gone for such a long time. I was so excited to share things with you guys. Alrighty. We're putting the caps on. I still have to name this board. I actually do not have a name for this board. I'll have to look at my name list and see what I come up with. All of the keyboards that I've introduced to you today do have names. I just know, some serious keyboard aficionados do not necessarily care about the names or my silliness. They're like, yeah, you're kind of crazy. Not you naming your boards. Oh my gosh. Interesting. That is an interesting sound. The mods sound a little noisier than the rest of the board. That is interesting. I'm not gonna complain. I think it's fine, but Sucks that I just woke up and, oh, no, if you need to sleep, then you need to sleep. That's what it is. That is what it is. Okay. I will say, for returning folks to the stream, please notice there are new emotes. I look new and shiny. There are new and shiny emotes that I made for you guys. And even though there are some sub emotes, I've got, that's not correct, geez. Messing it up already. All right, let's see if I can carefully wiggle this on. There we go. Instigator definitely said, hey, be careful pulling these off. And guess what happens? Immediately put the wrong keycap on the wrong switch. For those of you who are not subbed, I put them as stickers. You can find the stickers on my about page, so you can have access to most, if not all, of the sub emotes that way. I've never actually thought to name my boards. I usually just call them this one or that one. Oh no, I can't do that. That's crazy. My Tomo is, I guess, like the lamest one, we'll call it. My Tomo is called Tomo. However, the reason why this is because my childhood nickname, I'm a huge nerd. I am, in fact, a weeb. Sorry to disappoint you in case me being a VTuber did not already imply that. So my anime club nickname was Tomo. So when the Tomo got released, I was like, first of all, I have to get it, right? It's literally me on a board. But then also, why change it? Why change it? Why change the name? It's already perfection. It's great. But I have other names. The Capsule 65's name is Pixies. And the AV4 is named Ariandel because I wanted to keep it Dark Souls themed. I've also got plans for the Duality board. The Duality will be named Nasruddin, which is actually a Destiny weapon. Wow, not me. Literally going one key over more so than I should. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. Karisuchas. Yeah, I can be careful enough. I can be careful enough. That's fine. Okay. There we go. Put that A key on there. Okay. Shoot, did I put the step caps on this? I sure did. Was not paying attention at all when I did that, but that's okay. I have a chart actually of how many boards I have step caps on and how many I don't, because I'm a sucker for step cap. I just am. I don't know. Just look at the elegance, the form, the classic. It's so good. Step caps says class, but I'm not always classy, so. That should be here. Yep, HG and then F. Step cap supremacy. Step caps at this stage don't. I have boards that don't have step caps on them, so it's fine. It's fine. I can be a little selfish this time. This sound test is going to be interesting. If you do not like the Cherry Scratch, this is probably not going to be the most impressive board to you. But I do enjoy having variety in my repertoire. So I feel like it just makes sense to have at least one board have that cherry sound to it, and the Glarses switch is perfect for that in my opinion. I'll say it again for anybody who doesn't know. Glarses, which is glasses, spelled with an R to mimic British pronunciation of the word. Is a YouTube creator that makes very funny, very, I guess I'll say entertaining. I think that's the best way to put it. If you're not into just listening to keyboards being typed on end, if you like a little chaos, you know, with your keyboard stuff, you're tired of just chill vibes all the time when you're looking at creators. He's definitely chaotic. He's definitely chaotic. He also reviews, or at least has a series where he reviews, curse could also be used to describe what he does. No, we're not gonna listen. Glarses, I mean, I feel like there are worse creators in terms of curseness. I feel like he's fine. He's fine. You know, he's fine. I feel like he's all right. He's an all right guy. He seems very fun. Oh, there we go. He does cool TikTok reviews, reviews of TikTok, brain spacing, TikTok keyboard content. He'll review it because, you know, keyboards are popular now, so everything's gimmicky. He does, in fact, review that content to, whoops, nope. Yes. NM. Yes. And that stuff is hilarious. That means he's cursed, but you've seen worse. Oh, I have seen worse. I've seen worse, yes. Hopefully the steps cap won't hinder its beauty. Does it look like it's hindering its beauty? No. I did get the artisans for this set, by the way. So I got a metal enter key for this. And it has the, oh, that's not. It has the logo for the set on there, which is this. So it's giving real Macintosh, is it Macintosh 98, 95 vibes? But they had to send it separately because they were not finished by the time the set was going out. Okay, that's probably a 6.5 space bar that's in here. Bez, I just saw your step cap. Do you happen to have analog dreams? I do not. Okay, now the moment of truth, honestly, is whether or not this is gonna sound good with the Glarses switch, or if I'm gonna have to, oh no, that's not returning. Oh no, that's not returning. I might have pushed it down too hard. Let's see. Oh no, that's not, oh no. How did I know this was gonna be the issue, honestly? Please actually work for me. No, that's not great. None of that is great. Oh no. Okay, let's see. We're gonna try to wiggle this off slowly. This is gonna be the hardest one too as well because it's so long. All right. Oh no. Okay, so that's returning. These are wiggling. I don't have any issues with these going up and down. So maybe I pressed it down too tight, maybe. That could be it. I'm worried. now I'm concerned. Okay. I'm worried. I'm so worried. I have had issues with keycaps before where, like, because of the stabilizers, you have to be very gentle with how you touch them. Oh no, that is just actually stuck. Oh God. Yeah, okay, that's returning very slowly. That's what it is. Oh no, oh no. I see. Hey, Karisu, you redeemed first. You got that gold medal. I don't think anyone's redeemed any of those for this stream. Okay, all right, that's not so bad, but it's still very sluggish. It is doing the thing, though. It's doing it. I don't like that, though. Okay, that's better. Maybe I had to like break it in because the stem fitting. That might be what it was. I was very concerned. So poorly lube switch, no, it is not the lube on the switch. So basically the tolerances for the stem here are really tight on most keycaps. The general advice, which Instigator gave me earlier, is to shave them down, but my stem shaver has not arrived. So I'm just kind of stuck here with this for now. And I think that that's mainly what it is. I think maybe I had pushed it down too far on the stem and it got stuck maybe. Okay. So I need the longer ones. All right, so we got, oh, maybe it's only, oh, it might actually be fine. Actually, I think I can use these ones. Let me double check. Spotting these by sight is always, nope, okay, I need the longer ones. My first instinct was you need the longer ones, and then I thought, oh, maybe I don't. But that was a lie. I wonder why they went full control on these caps, to be honest. Let me get in here. Oh, maybe not because it's this side. I think this might be shorter. These might be shorter. Yeah. Gauging the bottom row by sight is like my actual weakness for real. If you ask me to like just randomly put jumbled up keycaps on the board, can actually do that. Don't know about the rest though. There we go. Oh, you got an auto. Okay. Alrighty. Do you want the music off for your auto? I see we're going full fan mode. You haven't seen me in a while, so you're just like, we're just going crazy, huh? Not that. Brain, please. Also, congrats on who redeemed second. Bez, congrats on second. Second is silver, which I like a lot. Gold is great, but silver is also great. And congratulations to Dead King for redeeming third. Do I have a second? Okay, I do have a second one. I'm sorry, I'm going back and forth between the keycap set and chat, so like, not that I got you. Okay, so do you want the music on or off for your auto? It is up to you. I feel like this is supposed to be here, but it doesn't. So we're gonna try a regular control. I mean, not regular, but you know, the one that comes with the main bass. That don't seem right. I never do 7U bottom row, and this is why, because I just don't remember how anything is supposed to go. This is my fault. It's definitely not that. Oh my God. Not me floundering when I got like real keyboard people in the chat. That's crazy. Music on or off is fine to me. You received the title of S rank for this stream for your homie status. Thank you. Nope, that tolerance is not happening. It sure isn't. Oh no, what have I done? I've definitely miscalculated something somewhere. I don't remember what size goes there. I can also take it or leave it. Okay, you can take it or leave it. I'll leave it on. Just give me a second. I gotta check the layout for this board because I don't remember. I got this like literally a month ago, and I did review information before I got here, but I also do not remember how to do 7U bottom row correctly. because I rarely do it. The only time I've done it is like on a TKO that had like win keyless, which is completely different. Neo70, let's see if we can find it. I'm pretty sure they have the info on the board page. Qwertykeys is always really good, by the way, about how they give you the product information. They always have a really cool Notion page that has all the information you need about it. Okay, let's see. Okay, no, it is definitely supposed to be like a 1U super. Yeah. And then it's supposed to be a longer control, but I don't know. That is initially what I thought, but I guess that gap is just there. I don't know. That doesn't seem right to me though. Let me wiggle this off. We're gonna try a different size. Maybe I had the angle wrong and it just wasn't working. Oh, maybe I gotta move that over. I think that's what it is. I think I put it in the wrong slot on the PCB. I might have needed to move it over. I'm thinking that's what it is. Let's see if I can turn it around. Sorry, I've got the board off camera. I have to pull these up straight because of how finicky the switches are. I really want to be careful with them. Like really, really careful, like mad careful. I think I'm gonna actually, if I can, take the, push the PCB out. Yeah. They really made this so that it was easy to disassemble. So I'm gonna move it over to the other slot. It really does say that the 7U is supposed to be at the bottom, all the way on the side. It says that, but that is not how things are moving. Mind the gap, yes. I haven't forgotten about your ara. I just want to figure this out first and then we'll get to it. Because it's a little crazy to me that I can't get the keycap to fit correctly. I'm actually going to use a whole different switch just in case, because the pin started to bend and I just didn't want to deal with it. Okay. Let's see. Can I get this on? Okay, yes. I think it was the angle I went in on it. I don't think there was anything wrong with the keycaps themselves or anything. It was definitely a user error. I'm not surprised. I'd just rather take my time and attempt to get it right. Okay. Push that back down in there. And then we got these keys. I am pretty sure it's what? Insert, delete, home, end, page up, page down. I am so sure that that's what it is. I don't know why I second guess myself because I know it's correct. Let's, where do they have? Okay, these are on this side. So let's go insert. Is this the correct delete? I think it is. I actually think so. That's right. Believe in yourself, girl. Listen, sometimes I feel bad because even as someone who's done keyboards for a while, and I always tell people, you know, hey, it's fine if you have to look things up. It still always feels like, oh God, I'm messing up my board again. It's just going to be just me here fucking shit up, you know? But there are worse things than messing up your own keyboard that you bought with your own money. I could be messing up someone else's keyboard that they bought with their money. That would be crazy. All right, so then we have page up and page down, and that is actually this full build. This stream went about as long as my usual, but I will say we talked for like an hour first though. So 2 hours for a build stream is actually slightly short for me, to be honest. All right, this stuff is gonna get dumped into one of my mini containers after stream, but you have definitely messed up some keeps other people have purchased, right? Oh, absolutely not. Listen, if I'm building a keyboard for someone else, what I'll tell you, I'll watch a video, the same video over 50 million times if I have to. Oh no! Oh God! Oh no! Oh God, there's lube on the keyboard? I'm going to cry. I forgot there was lube on the paper towel. Love that commitment. There's always lube. It's true. All right, so we got a couple of things to do before we consider this finished. While I'm frantically rubbing XHBDZ off of my case. Oh God. The only time that I've ever just left of course, this is just what it's like. All right, so we're gonna leave that directly here. I'd be more upset if there wasn't lube. Yeah, I think the average person prefers lube over not having lube. All right, so here we go. Filters off, we're gonna fulfill that. Redeem for you. A mirror back, yeah, mirror chrome. All right, here we go. Here's your ada. Ada. Hopefully that was to your liking. Kurisu, don't give him too many adas, okay? You're always swooping in to save him. You gotta let him get those points on his own. You gotta spend his own points. Let him spend his own points. If he wants more adas, he can show up to stream. He can show up to stream more. If he wants more adas is what he can do. I got them points. Then what you need to do is start using them. Not you nickel and diamond other people out of their channel points. I do appreciate the tithe though, you know. All right, so we're putting the feet on. And then we're gonna put, there's a weight that, it's not really a weight, it's like a badge. There's a badge that goes there. Are these? Oh, those are actually, these are cut out. That's so interesting. Hang on, let me make sure before I put these literally on the, okay. All right, okay. So these are actually cut out. So let me peel this first, because it seems silly to me at least, it seems silly to put these on and then peel this off. That's crazy. Let me get underneath here first. I see the reflection, don't worry about it. Small glimpse of the voice in the mirror back. Yeah, it's fine. I enjoy VTubing, but it's not like you can never see my face ever sort of thing. All right, here we go. We got peelies. Good peelies, hopefully. Oh, let's get a little more light. Woo! Good peelies. That was a good peel. I feel like I always fuck up my peelies somehow. Radiant and glorious against the gradient. I love this. It's immediately going to have my fingerprints on it, unfortunately. That's just the way of the world, right? But that moment of clarity, there's nothing like it. Just look at how shiny it is. What makes you think I didn't want that Ada as well? No, I figured you did, but you know, this isn't the first or the second Ada you've gotten for him. It might be the third. It might be more than that, honestly. All right. And then we've got one more component. We are almost done with the build. Thanks for hanging in with me so far. Alrighty. We've got another mirror component. I think they made these shiny on purpose to go with the theme. I really like these badges. All right. So here we have the badge. Yeah, that's sexy. And it's magnetic. So just to cover a little bit about this board and why I really, really like it. The gradient looks so cool. And yet it still boggles me that they put the cool stuff on the underside of the keeb, because I mean, it's got the most space. It's got the most space. If it must be stained by the hands of those blessed, let it be yours. Oh my gosh. Okay. So the beauty of this board, really, when you get down to brass tacks, is the ease of disassembling. So the way that they've made it is so that if you wanted to disassemble this board, what you would do, don't do what I'm doing because I'm using my tweezers, but you would, you know, you can use your hand, you can flip this up. It takes a little force to do it. And then once you flip that up, you've got the holes in the back, and you can push through those holes to get the assembly out on this side. So you'll push the PCB out, and then you can do it that way. And then this, basically, you can kind of like, whoops, shouldn't have done it that way. That was the messiest way to do it ever. But what you would normally do is you can push it through, you know, they've made a couple of things. So this is magnetic. It comes off easily, so you can get the board up and pull this out. You've got the hole in the back underneath the badge so that you can push this out. It's very easy. It's very easy. They made it very easy for people to unassemble and reassemble. There's no top case on this, so you don't have to worry about putting anything on top of this, making sure that anything's screwed together. This has no screws. I've not touched a screwdriver this entire build. Even the stabilizers they gave me did not have screws. They did not give me that specific type of stabilizer. So we're here, we're vibing. I know the cool stuff is always on the bottom, but I mean, it's a little treat. It's a little treat. When I'm typing, I do actually straight up turn my keyboards over sometimes to look at things. They should have made the plate between the arrow and the keys, the util keys, shiny to match. I don't know. I feel like that would kind of, I mean, they could if you wanted like a matching theme. I see what you're getting at. But this is like a very classic look for 70. This is very classic. It's like an ass tat. What's wrong with ass tats? The tats are for you and specific people you want to see them. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? All right, so I love ass tats. I'm sure you do. I like ass tats on my boards. I think the world would be a better place with them. Of course you do. Of course you do. Okay. All right. So I'm going to be honest with you. There's 2 components left to this, right? I have to decide on a name for this board, and we also have to do the sound test. So what I'm actually going to do is turn the music low. And we're going to do the sound test first. And then I'm going to try to come up with a name for this board before we end stream. That's what we're going to do. So here we go. Like I was hoping for shoulder buttons, like the top of an SNES controller. I do have a couple of boards that have like bars like on the back. I also have one that has like a bar on the back and something across the top. Is the Mode Sonnet. I haven't built it yet. I will be building it on stream. But okay, without further ado, let me make this mic a little more sensitive. Hopefully my roomie's not making a shit ton of noise. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, I love that this camera autofocuses. For anyone who hasn't known me having struggles with my cameras on this stream, this is like a dream come true, let me tell you. But anyway, so this is the Neo70, built with carbon fiber plate. It has all the phones in it. We've got the Glarses switch in here, which is basically cherry MX purple. So it's like a light tactile for anyone who wanted something technical in there. And it is topped with GMK Vaporwave. So here we go. Oh, that's better sound than I was expecting. Alrighty, that is the sound test. Let me move my mic out of the way. Not me almost knocking my wind filter off. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. New cam interesting. Yes, this is a new cam. These are almost accurate colors. These are basically accurate colors. I almost wish you would do the same typing statement each time, like the lazy brown fox jumps quickly. What I can tell you is I compose on the spot my thoughts, like I just touch type my thoughts is what happens. I usually try to keep my thoughts focused on the actual sound of the board. So I am typing real things because for me, it's important for the typing to be realistic, right? So real words. That's cool too, yeah. I've definitely done a typing test once that says, wow, I have to talk to this motherfucker after stream. I cannot believe they messaged me this bullshit. Oh my God. I've typed that before. Not that anyone could tell. It is what it is. Okay. Now the next order of business before we leave today, because this has been a long stream. We're going on 4 hours, which is a pretty good stream. You know, like I try to take my time while I'm doing these. I know that I could like not talk a lot and then like just put it together, but that kind of like defeats the purpose. I like showing people what's going on. We had a raid today. That was crazy. Instigator, a well-known chatter from other keyboard streams in here. I mean, and then we also had Schmore in here, who's also a keeb enthusiast. I've had Tim Keyless in here, who is actually a content creator, but like I've never had this many people at once who were into keyboards, so that was great. I feel really good about today. This has been an excellent stream. I know I'm here to entertain you guys, but you guys make the moment for me. And then seeing all the friends come by, Omni's raid, Val coming in here with Flamin', I'm really excited. Hopefully in a couple days I'll have the official sound test for this up. I might literally just leave the surroundings like this and do it right after stream. We'll see. If you ever want to type Sphinx of Black's Courts Judge My Vow, I'm here for it. That's dope. And it does actually follow oh, that's dope. That's nice. I like that. Yeah, I can see just by looking at it that it has all the things. I'm stealing that. That's good. And it's very interesting. That's up my alley. Okay, so we're looking at names. So we got a black board with purpley bits. The question is, should I consider this the older or younger brother of my black, my other black board, basically? That is the question. I can go get it to compare if you guys just want to see another board. And I think that board has Mictlan on it, so that's like a Spanish theme, so there's like a Spanish name to that board. This one doesn't have to be the same though. Let's see. I'm thinking most of the names that I have are like all fantasy names because like I'm a fucking nerd as fuck, right? Sometimes the names will jump out at me before we get to stream, but not always. Let's see, on my list, we've got a couple of, let me tell you, my name is like, my name list is very, very long. Very, 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 very long. This is, so I realized that this is silly, right? We're talking about boards, but so this is just for the fun. Is that a no to Fernandez? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is a no to Fernandez, okay. It is a no to Fernandez, for sure. That's crazy, absolutely. I'm laughing at you. I hope you know, because I can, you're a friend of mine. I can, in fact, and will laugh at you, and that is what I'm doing now, sir. Let's see. The other board's name is Sabino, by the way. Like I said, if you guys want to see, if you guys want to see, I'm looking at your chat, 16-bit. If you guys want to see Sabino, I can definitely bring him over. But otherwise, I'm looking at my list and seeing what other, I do have a couple of black keyboards that are like more feminine appearance, but this is, and I realize how silly this is because it's a board, but I'm just saying I'm getting mask vibes from this. A couple of names on my list that sound vaguely Latin. We have Modares, we have Baza. Actually, you know what? I'll put up a poll. There aren't even that many people in here, but I'll put up a poll. We'll put up a poll. Let's do it. Let me mute this tab first so it doesn't just... I definitely didn't test this board, but we will see if it works now. It sure does work. Let's see. Not me forgetting where the poll option is for my stream. I got it, I found it. It's not that hard. Not Inigo Montoya. Okay. Oh God, not me having keys that don't work already. I bet it's some of the pins. Let's see. Oh, it's the O button. I see what it is. It's just the O button. I'll figure it out in a second. Let's see. And this is why, folks, you should always test your boards. I just never do. Here we go. We've got 4 options here. I do think that this is gonna be brothers with my other one. Let's see. I want to make sure I get the spelling right. And one last option. Actually, there are not a whole lot that fit that last one. It might just be 3 choices, actually. Let's see. No, I think I can, yeah, this is a good option. I have a whole list of names, y'all. It's crazy. For anyone who doesn't know me, I write a lot. Yeah. So this is just, let's see, one more. All right, one more. I'll put in one bonus option and I'll let it sit for, we'll do literally like 1 minute because I know that it's late. There we go. So this is what these are the choices we got. Hopefully that pushed out. You guys should be able to see it. We got some options. Okay. I see we got a couple of votes coming in. I like this beat, it's very cute. Yeah. All right, it's looking. Oh, I waited too long to vote, it's my own fault. Which name would you pick? You can just type it in. That's fine. If you go ahead and type it in, we'll count it. Talmirar. I do actually like Talmirar, but I did say I would leave it up to a vote. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. So, there have been 1 or 2 occasions where I've like overwritten the vote and just said like, listen, this one name you guys voting has pushed me. But in this case, I do think we're gonna go with Modares. So that's nice. I will actually add this to the spreadsheet. So thank you. I know everyone's just gonna call him Modares. I concede to democracy. Yes. I also must concede to democracy. I don't feel super strongly about any of these other names. I actually think a couple of them would work. So I'm good with Modares. I like that. Thank you to everyone who voted. The pronunciation for that, by the way, would be Zipocaccio, like with an S sort of sound. Alrighty, so we have named the board, we have done the sound test, all the things are done. So I think we're done for today. It is late in the evening, however, I am gonna try to see if I can find someone on Twitch that we can raid. What I should actually do first before we do that is pull this old keycap off and try to resituate it since it's not working. That way, because I bet it's a bit pin. I'm 100% certain that that's the case. Yeah, that's been as heck. So let's sit that over there with the other defective pins. It's actually not that bad. I can bend them back. Just for this one switch, I'm gonna push it in from the top down. That's not the correct way. We're gonna push it in this way. Okay. Now, hopefully it's working, because I don't think I had issues with any other letters. We're about to find out today, let me tell you. Yep, all right. That was it. It was just a bent pin. So we're good now. And let's see if I can find anything else under makers and crafting. Let's see. Oh, there is someone who is there. Captain Sterling is streaming right now. He's actually really great. And I would like to raid him. So we are gonna raid Captain Sterling. Hopefully he's doing good. It looks like he's building the protagonist keyboard, which I actually love. Oh my God. So this is like perfect. Our raid message, we can just, let's see. I'm gonna be nerdy. We're gonna put the keyboard emoji somewhere in there. We'll say like, I don't know, keyboards are cool or something. Let me actually find it. If I can actually find, like, that's not what I'm looking for. All right, I guess I'll have to do it myself. I have the keyboard emoji literally in my Twitter. So we're just gonna copy it from there. That's what we're gonna do. All right, all right, all right, here we go. Our raid message is keyboards rule. All right, here we go. With the keyboard emoji, will it let me put it in there? Is it not gonna let me put it in there? No, depression. Is the issue my V key? That's actually what I need to figure out. And that might actually be my issue. Let's see. Did it actually copy? Oh, maybe it didn't copy. Oh, it sure did not. It sure did not copy. So the issue is, again, it is me. All right. Does anyone know does Switch let you put not all help? No. 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 Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Why are you like this, man? You don't have to be like this. All right, keyboards rule. Luminous raid. I feel like that works. I feel like that. I feel like that works well enough. All right. And I don't have a raid emote yet, so that's fine. All right, so here's our message. Cool, cool, cool. And let's go for the raid then. And then that is the name of the person. Hopefully this will work. Is there a space at the end? I hope not. Good Lord. All right. All right, here we go. Here we go. Thanks for being patient with me. Appreciate you guys. See you there.